All right, thank you. I'd like to call the rescheduled meeting for November 19th, 2020 to order. If you would, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. This. Yes. So, and just for clarification, Mr. Rutledge is joining us by Zoom call. So when we do consider motions or call a vote, we'll do it by name. So, Ms. Leiter, any changes to the agenda?
Yes. Ordinance number 2023, University Lakes, DRI number 22, PLN 2003-0033, and item number 5, PDMU 9201, CGR18, University Lakes, PLN 2003-0031, and there are public comments letter attached to the memo.
Thank you. Ms. Schenk, anything from the County Attorney's Office?
Yes, this is appropriate. I
Yes.
want to take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Camilo Soto, our newest Assistant County Attorney. And while he's coming to the podium, he's new to the office, but he's not new to local government or land use. He serves as Assistant City Attorney for the City of Clearwater for over 10 years, handled complex development, redevelopment issues, has sat through numerous quasi-judicial hearings, and I know he'll enjoy attending your stormwater workshop in December. I'll have him say a few words.
Good afternoon, staff, Planning Commission, Chairman. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in Manatee County. As Ms. Schenk had indicated, I do have land use and zoning experience. I also have worked in the local government sector for a little over 10 years, and I also have a Master of Urban and Regional Planning from USF, so I really look forward to collaborating with the various stakeholders here in Manatee County as the county continues moving forward and progressing as it has.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you. All right. The next item we have is citizen comments. So this would be an opportunity for anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on a topic that is not on today's agenda. If you're here to speak on something that is on the agenda, you'll have an opportunity when that application is being heard. But is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and make a statement regarding stuff that is not on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. And the next item we have is the minutes for approval. These are the November 12, 2020 minutes. And again, this was a meeting that was a continuance to carry over the agenda to today's meeting. So has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes? And if so, the chair will consider a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLesline.
I recommend motion. I move to approve the minutes of November 12, 2020.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Mr. Roth, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge, that was aye?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0 with Mr. Ron being absent. All right. We're going to move on to today's agenda. Item number 2 is that quasi-judicial? It is quasi-judicial. So again, the items on the agenda that are quasi-judicial require that you be sworn in to provide testimony, and that includes the members of the audience if they wish to speak on this. So if you intend to say anything at today's meeting, please rise to be sworn in. Anything at all.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you're about to present to the Planning Commission will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Very good, thank you. right, and Ms. Slider, can you please read item number 2 into the record?
Item number 2, C2003 TTL Luxury Properties LLC rezone. TTL Luxury Properties LLC PLN 2002-0073. There is a rezone of approximately 4.99 acres generally located 0.3 miles north of State Road 70 East on Lorraine Road and commonly known as 5802 Lorraine Road, Bradenton, from AWP-EST, General Agriculture Watershed Protection Area Special Treatment Overlay Districts, to the MCM Neighborhood Commercial Median Zoning District, retaining the Watershed Protection Area Special Treatment Overlay District. This is a quasi-judicial case. Mr. Morris Hill is the case planner, and the agent is Mr. Bob Smith.
Okay, very good. Thank you. For the commissioners, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this application?
No.
No,
No.
sir.
Mr. Rutledge?
No, sir.
Thank you. Very good. Mr. Schmidt, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners. This one may look a little bit familiar to you because you saw it 2 months ago. And this was a rezone from A, General Agriculture, to GC at 5802 Lorraine Road, just north of State Road 70, south of Rangeland on the west side of the street. I'll put up a future land use map from the staff report. So you see the site outlined in red there, and you see that there is some ROR to the south. There is some mixed use to the west, and if you are familiar with the Lakewood Ranch area, this is a fast-growing area. And this site with the frontage on Lorraine Road is certainly more appropriate for a neighborhood-type serving use than it is for any residential at 1 unit per acre density. There is a subdivision surrounding it, a new development, which is not completed yet. In fact, and I do have an aerial, and you'll see that some of the roads are being punched in, but there are no homes directly adjacent to this piece yet. We took this to the board after the Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, and the board said, well, I can't disagree that commercial might not be appropriate here, but general commercial would allow more intense uses. In particular, I think the concern was gas pumps. My client, Mr. Lee Dewis, could not be with me today, but he told the commission, he said, there's no market here. It's a mid-lot parcel. There's no market here for gas pumps. So in order to make sure that that doesn't happen, we will agree to rezone this to neighborhood commercial. And the board, I believe, accepted that. They sent us back to Planning Commission. That's why we're here. And then we'll go back to the board, assuming we get approval from you again. So with that being said, I did review the staff report, work with Morris, concur with its findings, and we ask for your recommendation of approval.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. Schmidt, this is a straight rezoning. There's no site plan associated with it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and go to the staff presentation. Who do we have for staff? Oh, there we go.
Mr.
Hill.
Morris Hill.
Mr. Hill will allow staff to clean the podium here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Morris Hill, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
As stated by Ms. Leiter and Mr. Schmidt, this is the TTL Luxury Properties LLC project. The request is for a straight rezone from general agriculture to neighborhood commercial medium. Some history of this site includes the subject site is approximately 4.99 acres. The site fronts Lorraine Road, an arterial roadway. Some specific site characteristics of this location. Its existing use is vacant. Flood zone is X. It's currently served by county water. Sewer and reclaim are not available. There's no known wetlands on the property, and it is truly an infill project located within a rapidly expanding corridor. And something that Mr. Smith spoke about earlier, this area, which you are all well aware, is a very, very rapidly growing area. I think last time we were here, I was blown away. I think there was a total of 7 projects, and 6 projects were all on this Lorraine Road area. So it is definitely expanding quickly. This map here, this is a zoning map, which shows the subject site highlighted in the red box. You can see State Road 70 and the Lorraine Road intersection. At that intersection, you can see there's a planned development commercial area to the west, as well as a planned development commercial to the east. And directly to the north of both of those is, to the west is general commercial, and then to the east is planned development mixed use. So you can see that the transition is starting to work its way out from State Road 70 towards the subject site, going towards Rangeland Parkway just to the north. Our actual site obviously is general agriculture, surrounded by general agriculture to the north, which is a place of worship directly to the north. To the south is planned development. It is a residential open space. To the west is more planned development residential, see Avulance subdivision. And to the east is also general agriculture, a place of worship as well. And this is just a site visit photo of Lorraine Road looking to the northwest. And same thing except looking to the southwest. So with this specific request, with the future land use category being Res 1, per policy 2.2193 of the comprehensive plan, sites within the Res 1 future land use category must meet locational criteria. With this specific site, you can see on the maps I provided, to the right, you can see the subject site highlighted in red. To the north is the Rangeland Parkway roadway, which is 90-ish% completed. It is scheduled to be finished at the end of this year in December, according to the project manager of that CIP project. That location is approximately 1,150 feet away from our subject site, which allows it to meet the locational criteria. However, to the south, you can see as well, that leads you to Lorraine Road and State Road 70. That distance is just slightly over 1,500, which puts it past the locational criteria. However, it does meet the 75% rule, once again putting that within the locational criteria for that location as well. So technically, it meets locational criteria for both sides. Positive and negative aspects of this project. Positive specifically is that neighborhood commercial medium is consistent with the nearby commercial zoning districts that are basically forming from State Road 70 to the north. And it creates a more commercial transition as it flows. The site has frontage along a classified arterial roadway, and neighborhood commercial medium allows a diversity of residential uses, including some single family, which will make the potential density more consistent with the actual future land use designation of Res 1. And once again, it is an infill project within a highly rapidly developing area within Manatee County. Some negative aspects. Neighborhood commercial medium zoning will introduce the potential for commercial uses near residential uses. Neighborhood commercial medium zoning may come with additional light and noise impacts. So mitigating measures for some of these potentials. The Land Development Code provides standards for specific uses that may have negative impacts and has requirements for additional landscaping and buffering for certain commercial uses next to residential areas. Mitigation measures will be administratively reviewed at the time of final site plan submittal. And just specifically stating that one of the negative impacts of light and noise, those are specifically checked at the FSP level administratively via Section 531 of our code, depending on what the applicant will propose if they receive approval. We will specifically go through, fine comb, make sure that there's no adverse impacts on the surrounding areas there, and if it will be regulated via our land development code. And with that being said, staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Any questions for staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
So for public comment, again, this is quasi-judicial, so we're going to allow, you must be sworn to provide comments. You'll have 3 minutes, and if you would, please allow staff the opportunity to wipe down the podium and the microphone in between comments. So with that, I'm going to open this application up to any public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and make a statement regarding this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward for public comment on this application, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the hearing, and just ask the board, is there any additional discussion before we go to the applicant's rebuttal? Doesn't seem to be a lot of information needed since we just reviewed this application previously. So, Mr. Roth.
Once again, we don't know what's going on this
No,
property.
straight zoning.
But we have the list of things that are possible to go on this property.
Correct. And to that note, there's also the traffic report, which makes the presumption of the worst case scenario, just so the information is presented. So thank you. All right. Mr. Schmidt, there doesn't seem to be any additional information needed for this application, so the chair would ask, do you have any closing statements or rebuttals?
Just one, Mr. Chair. It dawned on me when I was up here, as long as I've been doing this, I did not state my name and say that I was sworn. So
I think we're a little out of sync.
Yeah. Anyway, my name is Bob Schmidt, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the commission, what's the pleasure?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLesline.
I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Zoning Ordinance Z 2003 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ross, second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Actually, let me just go ahead and take a roll call. Mr. DeLesline.
Aye.
Mr. Smock.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Roth.
Aye.
Mr. Heap.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Aye.
Very good. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Ron being absent. All right, that concludes that application. And then to continue the being out of sync with the process, I'd like to go back and make a clarification on the minutes. The minutes were approved 6-0 with Mr. Ron being absent and Mr. Rutledge being virtual. So just to make sure that's on the record, it was 6-0 approval. So thank you. All right, the next application we have is item number 3. Ms. Slider, can you please read item number 3 into the record?
Item number 3, PDC 2006 CP, Battery Equipment Service, INC, rezone, 711 at 63 Avenue East and 15th Street East, PLN 2005-0048, a rezone of approximately 3.07 acres from LM Light Manufacturing to the PDC Plan Development Commercial Zoning District, and approving a preliminary site plan to allow redevelopment and construction of a 4,650 square foot convenience store with canopy over gas pumps, generally located at the northeast corner of 63rd Avenue East and 15th Street East, and commonly known as 6225 15th Street East, Bradenton. This is a quasi-judicial case. Ms. Stephanie Moreland is the case planner, and here is Ms. Kim Binkley represented the owner.
Very good, thank you. And again, for the record, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this application?
No.
No, sir.
Very good. Mr. Rutledge?
No, sir.
Very good, thank you. All right. Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hello.
I'm Kim Bickley Sire, and I have been sworn, and
you.
I'm here today to present a positive opportunity for Manatee County. I represent Bill Lloyd with RKM Development and request your approval on this project. We are requesting a rezoned planned development commercial on a property that is currently occupied by longtime Manatee County firm Battery Equipment Service Company. The opportunity presented is to redevelop this site as a 7-Eleven and to provide the means for Battery Equipment Service Company to relocate and maintain continuity of business. Next slide. So the subject site is located at the northeast corner of 15th Street East and 63rd Avenue East, outlined in red. On the south side of 63rd are KFC and Jones & Sons Pest Control. On the southwest corner of the intersection, there is an older, smaller Sidco. Clicks Arcade is on the northwest corner. Immediately east of the site is Bowley's Creek and CB's Pottery. Immediately north is the former Yao's Automotive that is transitioning, but I'm uncertain of the use. They don't have any signage up, and they're doing some interior remodel. North of Yao's is J&J Mobile Home Park. Battery Equipment Service Company has two connected buildings, an 8,800 square foot warehouse and a 4,200 square foot commercial building. The property was initially developed with a small portion of the warehouse in 1956. There were multiple additions that were completed between 1962 and 1980. The commercial building was built 34 years ago. Battery Equipment Services designs and builds battery manufacturing equipment and casted grids for the automotive, industrial, commercial, and motorcycle industries. The eastern portion of the property is a wooded area. There are signs of unwanted camps and activities. Next slide. So this view is of the building if you were at the corner of 15th and 63rd. Next slide. This is the view from the north side of the building. Next slide. This is the view if you were on the sidewalk of 63rd. This is the east property line in Bowley's Creek. Next slide. And this is the view to the north, which is the Yao's Automotive. Next slide. The site is currently zoned light manufacturing, and the future land use designation is industrial heavy. We are requesting a rezone to PDC zoning district. You will note that the northwest corner is also zoned PDC, and the south side of 63rd Avenue is zoned general commercial and heavy manufacturing. The site is also located in the urban service area in the Southwest Tax Increment Financing District. Next slide. This is the future land use map, and the dark color represents industrial heavy, and the light gray is industrial light. The pinkish color is ROR, which is retail, office, residential. The industrial heavy future land use category allows commercial uses up to 30,000 square feet, subject to the commercial locational criteria. This site is within 800 feet of two functionally classified roadways, 15th and 63rd. Therefore, it meets this criteria. Next slide. So this is the proposed site plan. We'll be starting fresh, and the site and building will meet all the current codes. So the site is 3.07 acres, planned with a 4,650 square foot building and a 5,584 square foot canopy. A one-story structure with 16 regular fueling stations and 3 diesel stations. There is a demand for truck fueling in this area. There's an existing sidewalk along 63rd Avenue East that is in very good condition. The sidewalk on 15th Street East is not in good condition and will be rebuilt to meet today's standards. And this is a signalized intersection. Our traffic study has been approved, and the traffic impact analysis acceptance letter has been issued. On 15th Street, we will have a left in, right out. On 63rd Avenue East, we will have a right in, right out. And we'll be constructing a northbound right turn lane on 15th, which will be 185 feet in length. And we'll be constructing a southbound left turn lane on 15th, which will be 235 feet in length. Next slide. This is the proposed storefront, and it will face 63rd Avenue East. Next slide. This is the elevation facing 15th Street East. I know what you're thinking, looks pretty good. Next slide. This is the northern elevation, which has a public entry as well. Next slide. And then this is the east elevation, which faces the diesel pumps. Next slide. So the site is in the coastal planning area and the AE flood zone category. The project is partially located within the county 25-year floodplain and partially located in the FEMA floodway. The drainage will be greatly improved on this site. The proposed site will actually have a drainage plan that meets the county code as well as Swift Mud. The developer will also be providing a no-rise certificate. We are requesting a specific approval for reduced buffer widths along the northern and southern boundaries of the site. The northern boundary that does not have any landscaping now at all would be reduced from 10 feet to 8 feet with the planned landscaping. The southern boundary would be reduced from 10 feet to 2 feet, and this is shown in the area in pink. The southern boundary, we have a FP&L easement with transmission lines going over that, and next to that you would see the proposed right-of-way for 63rd Avenue. So we would not be able to plant any trees in this area, and the developer would be paying into the tree fund, and that is going to be from 15th Street to the ingress and egress on 63rd. And then you'll see we can go ahead and move forward on those plantings. So we are asking for that specific approval. Next slide. So the site is tired, and there is an opportunity to refresh this intersection. The timing of the request is appropriate and consistent with the Southwest District strategic plan of increasing property values in the district. The proposed 7-Eleven would feel the need to provide fuel for trailer trucks, which is very much needed in the area. The sidewalk on 15th Street East would be improved, allowing residents a walkable source for food and pickup items, particularly like at J&J Mobile Home Park. Revitalizing the site would improve the area drainage to address environmental concerns and eliminate the unwanted uses in the wooded area of the site. And I ask each of you to approve this request to repurpose this parcel to the benefit of the surrounding community and for Manatee County. Now, our entire team is here. Bill Lloyd, the developer, is here. Our project engineer, Jesse Blackstock, is here with our traffic consultant, Michael Yates, to answer any questions that you might have.
Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Mr. Roth?
The turn lanes on 15th, have they been approved by FDOT?
No, they have been approved by the county because 15th doesn't require DOT approval.
Okay.
Tim, I can answer that.
Sorry.
Mr. Yates, if you would, please state your name and that you have been sworn.
Michael Yates, Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. Neither of these are state roads. They're both county roads. County staff has reviewed them. Traffic engineering has gone through and reviewed them and accepted them. We have met with DOT and talked to FDOT and showed them our plans because they are doing part of a PD&E along 15th, which is 301 Boulevard. So, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Any additional questions for the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rutledge?
Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to ask the applicant, considering the previous occupant and the conduct of business there, did they do a phase 2 study to determine if there was any trailing conditions that had to be mitigated?
So there was a phase 1 environmental audit that was performed on the site, of which it was not suggested that a phase 2 environmental was needed. This phase 1 environmental audit was submitted to the staff, and it was also determined that with the type of use that they had, they did not generate that would have registered as an environmental recognized environmental condition.
When you say they, I'm sorry, to clarify, they didn't do it. You're talking about the battery operation that's been there over the last 40 years or whatever?
No, there was a phase 1 assessment performed by ATC in February of this year. And I think Mr. Lloyd would also like to respond to this.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Bill Lloyd with RKM Development. Paul, to answer your question.
And you have been sworn?
I have, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
We did a phase 1, and we also did a phase 2, even though it wasn't required. We typically will sample in the areas where the ponds are and where the future tank pits go. There were no concerns that we found.
And for clarification, the previous use was manufacturing equipment used for manufacturing batteries. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that they actually manufactured the batteries there. It was a concern that we had, and we tested for those constituents and didn't find anything.
That's my point. Batteries weren't being manufactured on site. They were manufacturing equipment to manufacture batteries elsewhere.
That is my understanding, yes.
All right.
Okay. Again, so the concern that there is some kind of contaminant that might have been used there either for, if you run a drill press and you have spinning oils for the drills and stuff like that, none of that stuff was a concern. That was all either captured or not an issue.
It was a concern. We did the testing looking for it specifically and didn't find it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bill. And then I had one other question.
Yes, sir.
It's my assessment when, sorry?
No, go ahead.
The other question I have is, it seems a very positive thing whenever we take much older properties to bring them up to the current standards for drainage, runoff, pollutants, et cetera. Is that the case? And I always like to ask my friend
Tom
from staff if at the end of this will be a much better environmental condition for water and contaminants getting into the ecosystem there.
We'll allow the applicant, if they wish to comment toward that. If not, we'll allow staff to do their presentation and then maybe speak to it. So.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think my mic's on.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon. This is Jesse Blackstock with Wilbert, the civil engineer for the project. Yeah,
And you have been sworn?
I have been sworn, yes,
you.
sir. I guess the simple way to state it is this is an existing site that has no stormwater management facilities whatsoever because it was built prior to '86 when Swift Mud and the state enacted water management criteria. So this will meet not only the current criteria, but we went above and beyond that, and we have an upstream from the pond, a quote-unquote CDS unit, which is a proprietary name, but essentially it's an upstream BMP, our best management practice structure, that will further filter out particulates specifically if there is, for instance, not an oil or a fuel spill, but if somebody's pumping gas and they, happen to, leak a half a gallon or something on the ground for some reason, it would go into this before it ever gets to our pond, before it ever gets to the creek. So the water leaving the site will be, I don't want to say 100%, but it'll meet all state criteria and then above and beyond. So the belts and suspenders are definitely on this project.
Very good. And that BMP, that's not required, that's being proffered as a...
Inducement?
Yeah.
It was a request from staff.
Okay.
Due to the fact that we're up against a creek, we're in a floodway, we're in a flood zone. The tanks themselves are, of course, below ground. The dispensing stations are above the FEMA floodway and also the flood zone elevation.
Right.
But again, this is just belts and suspenders from staff, from Tom's group.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask one other question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And so one of the other concerns that is typically raised is when you have diesel and you have trucks, and trucks have a propensity to have more leaks than the more contemporary cars and so forth. Is there a special conditioning on how you're doing the paving or the conditions there to mitigate that and control that?
Again, for the record, Jesse Blackstock with Wilbert. I would answer that and say that we are using heavy-duty, typical asphalt you would see in an area dedicated for heavy truck traffic. The canopies themselves, the pavement that is under that is rigid concrete, so there is not a deterioration of over time of I would say the asphalt due to oil. I mean, not oil. I keep saying oil due to fuel spills. I mean, we don't foresee that. And again, going back to what I was saying a second ago, as far as it getting to the actual environmentally sensitive areas, it will not happen because there's two prongs of attack, if you will, with capturing it. But from a deterioration standpoint, we don't foresee that. 7-Eleven builds a lot of these all over the country, and they don't really see deterioration. So they'd be knocking on my door as an engineer if that happened a couple of years from now.
Very good. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and go to the staff presentation. Ms. Moreland, after we, I think we need to wipe down the podium there. So.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and other members of the Planning Commission. I am Stephanie Moreland, and I have been sworn.
Thank you. Stand up.
Okay. The request today, let's go to slide 1. Request today is for a rezone of 3.07 acres from light manufacturing, which is LM, and to the Planned Development Commercial District, PDC. Also, the request includes an approval of a preliminary site plan for a 4,650 square foot neighborhood convenience with gas pumps and a canopy over gas pumps. Next slide, please. So, as the applicant already pointed out, the site is in the northeast corner of 63rd Avenue East and 15th Street East. The site is also meets commercial locational criteria for commercial development. The site is in the coastal planning area. It is also urban corridor and the urban service area, and it is in the southwest TIF area, and it is west of Bowleys Creek. The next slide shows the future land use category, which is the IH, industrial heavy future land use category. Next slide, please. And the zoning map shows you that the site is in the light manufacturing zoning district. It's also in the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport Impact Height Overlay District. And you can see on this map that across to the west of the site, across 15th Street East, there is PDC zoning there. On this next slide, please. So once again, on the site description, the site meets the 800-foot requirement for commercial locational criteria. It has 3.07 acres, and there are 2 buildings on the site. The applicant already told you about those buildings and a little bit of history. And it is in a flood zone AE. It's also in the floodway, partially in the floodway. There are 0.09 acres of wetlands, and there are no impacts to those wetlands proposed. The project will utilize county water and sewer. So this is an abbreviated version of the preliminary site plan for you, where the buffers are shown, and the applicant pointed out the sizes of the buffers. There's a 10-foot wide buffer along 15th Street East, and to the north, the requirement for the 10-foot buffer, the applicant has requested specific approval to reduce that buffer to 8 feet to allow a designated area of 2 feet to the south for plantings to avoid the FP&L easement there. Next slide, please. The Planned Development Commercial District has minimum setbacks, and this is a corner lot, therefore it would require 2 front yard setbacks and 2 side yard setbacks. The minimum setbacks for the PDC zoning for the front yard is 30 feet, and for the side yard, 15 feet. The project proposes greater than those minimums, and they're shown on the slide. Next slide, please. The site plan also shows the proposed FAR would be 0.077, and that meets the threshold for the IH future land use category. Shows the open space provided would be 40%, where 20% is required. And then the access is via 63rd Avenue East and 15th Street East. The applicant went over the specific approval request. Staff supports that specific approval request. Next slide. Under positive aspects, the site has direct access to 2 major arterials. The Planned Development Commercial Zoning District is a logical expansion of the existing Planned Development Commercial at the northwest corner of 63rd Avenue East and 15th Street East. And the request to rezone to Planned Development Commercial furthers the intent of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, which provides for consideration of integrated neighborhood support uses in the existing IH future land use category. Positive aspects continued. Neighborhood retail sales as a support use will provide convenience for motorists, visitors, employees in the area. And also no impacts are proposed to the jurisdictional wetlands or wetland buffers. Next slide, please. Under negative aspect, the width of the north and south perimeter buffers is reduced. So under mitigating aspects, the plan development offers much flexibility and can be designed to be consistent with the Land Development Code regulations. The applicant requested specific approval to reduce the north and south buffers to accommodate the building being moved to the north to allow a proposed 2-foot roadway buffer to be outside of a right-of-way, drainage easement, and FP&L easement. There were no citizen comments or outstanding issues noted, and staff recommends approval with stipulations. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Very good, and I believe Mr. Gerstenberger has some additional information. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Let me start with, since I'm not doing the stormwater work session today, since that got postponed to December, I thought I'd just give a brief summary of where we're at right now, especially with this project in retrospect of what happened last week, since last week was very tumultuous with respect to a tropical storm / hurricane.
Very good.
So let me start with. You got it, Chris? I think you've already seen some pictures of the eastern boundary of this project with respect to Bowley's Creek on a blue sky day. This is obviously Bowley's Creek with respect to a gray sky day. The gray sky in particular happens to be August 27th of 2017.
Were you underwater when you took that?
This wasn't particular to me, but certainly at this point, all hands were on deck as far as staff. And yes, we had our boots on and our rain gear on. And yes, we were all pretty saturated at this point. Next thing I would like to do is, and you might want to zoom in just a little bit, is a little bit of research that we've done since the past week is a comparison of what happened in 2017 compared to what happened last week. What you'll see on this particular sheet is at the top you'll see the rainfall and stages that were recorded for at this particular station on Bowley's Creek at 63rd, and also given the events that occurred back in 2017 at Center Lake for Pierce Drain at 63rd Avenue East. And below, you'll see a comparison from the rainfall accumulation we had last week for hurricane at one point, but tropical storm with respect to impacts from Tropical Storm Eta. And one thing that stands out significantly is the marked difference in rainfall between, I'll just pinpoint on Bowley's Creek in particular. Cumulative rainfall for Bowley's Creek for the period back in 2017 was 17.78 inches, which is comparable to a 100-year 3-day storm, whereas most recently with Tropical Storm Eta, rainfall accumulation was just right around 7 inches right here on the Bowley's Creek watershed, which is equivalent to about a 10-year, 24-hour storm event. Next thing I'd like to do real quickly, and I'm going to jump through a couple of these, is next one is, that is good, and let me actually, while we're at it, just somewhere on the page. There, how about that? Okay, so what you see on these two sheets, and I'll try to go through the highest numbers here, which are over here to the left. Yeah, left. Is Bowley's Creek happens to be, as far as watersheds, our highest recipient of rainfall accumulation thus far for 2020. Both the Bowley's Creek Station right here at 63rd, for example, recording 62 inches of rainfall thus far year to date for 2020, whereas on the top chart identifies the annual normal rainfall accumulation at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport as 53 inches. Now turning to this project in particular. Okay. Yes, the sea of red. The sea of red on this particular map, there's two different shades of sea of red, unfortunately, on this map. The eastern portion of this particular project, as was identified by the applicant, is within the FEMA 100-year floodway, whereas the western portion of this project is located within the FEMA 100-year floodplain. And taking this even a step further is the preliminary data, soon to be official, hopefully, knock on wood, by early 2021. The official adopted by SwiftMud Bullies Creek Watershed Management Plan, which would memorialize the 100-year floodplain delineation that is shown on this particular map, and the 100-year stage for the 24-hour storm event that is shown on this map as 15.34. With respect to this proposed development, and as the applicant and particularly the engineer of record has been working diligently with staff, and I applaud and appreciate his efforts to address the concerns that were raised by staff, and also to make revisions over time to the site plan that you see before us today. I took out a page out of Stephanie's book as far as her highlighters. So what you see on this particular site plan exhibit, you'll see what is highlighted in, we'll call it a red, is or a purple, is the grade spot elevations or the proposed grading of the fueling island, especially and particularly the fueling island, which is located in the northern portion of this project, associated with the semi-truck fueling area, the semi-truck fueling stations, and also the fuel bunkers associated with the storage of petroleum projects within this proposed development. The reason those proposed grades are highlighted is because all of those proposed grades have been raised in post-development condition outside or above the 100-year floodplain as delineated by the Bullies Creek Watershed Management Plan. Taking the next step, what is identified, and I'm going to go back and forth a page or two. What you see next as identified in the orange highlight on this particular site plan is something that Commissioner Rutledge vividly already brought up and discussed, which is a little product literature. And utilizing a little product literature courtesy of the applicant is a CDS, which a CDS, as it identifies on this particular slide, is a continuous deflective separator, or more scientific or engineering terminology, I'm sure the chair will appreciate this, is known as a hydrodynamic separator, which the purpose of a hydrodynamic separator is to separate out any sort of pollutants which might be within the stormwater runoff stream coming from runoff on this particular development, both the petroleum products, oils and greases, larger suspended solids, which might be anything from a plastic bottle to a styrofoam cup, anything of that sort that might end up in a storm drain, and in this case is separated out from the stormwater runoff from the proposed development prior to reaching the area that is shaded in blue, which in this case is the proposed stormwater detention pond, which will serve to provide the necessary water quality treatment for this proposed development, in addition to meeting the 50% reduction in allowable runoff requirement for Bullies Creek, considering the history of flooding, in particular, as identified earlier, from 2017 and from other historical rain and flood events. The last thing I would like to point out is what is shown or shaded on this particular site plan in green, which I'll give a preemptive segue to, since we're not going to have the work session today, but I'll bring up one of the key aspects that we're going to present in December, which is a proposal for. directly connected floodplain compensation areas. This happens to be an example of a subdivision project located on Prospect Road. What you see in the picture to the left is actually Pierce Drain, and what you see directly connected is the floodplain compensation area. So this particular project will be another example of one of staff's recommendations as part of amendments to the Stormwater Design Manual, which is to have floodplain compensation areas directly connected into an adjacent stormwater system, which in this case obviously being Bullies Creek. And as my first picture illustrated, as this particular system, as this particular drainage system starts to rise, those flood waters will be able to, from the first raindrop of runoff, utilize the proposed floodplain compensation area that is associated with this proposed development in order to address both the floodplain mitigation and the floodway no-rise permit aspects associated with this development. At this time, I'll be happy to address any further questions that the Planning Commission has on this particular project.
Very good, thank you. Have you required, or are you going to require the applicant to compare their proposed constructed condition to the data that you have from Bullies Creek and Pierce Drain?
Mr. Chair, that would be correct. The applicant, we've already made the applicant aware to utilize the Bullies Creek Watershed Management Plan in conjunction with the design and calculations for floodplain mitigation for the 100-year floodway, and also should be necessary as part of the no-rise permit to utilize the existing HECRAS modeling that is available from both the county and FEMA associated with the floodway for Bullies Creek.
And that kind of brings up a point. We're talking about a rezone and we're talking about stormwater, but there's still another process they have to go through in which they would have to provide this information to ensure staff that there is no rise or that it's consistent with the land development requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Subsequent to a public hearing approval, administratively, this project would go through a final site plan submittal. It could also be required to have a construction plan submittal for the off-site roadway improvements, but in particular for the final site plan submittal would include the drainage calculations and the drainage modeling with respect to Bullies Creek watershed to demonstrate compliance with the stormwater conditions that are included in the staff report. Also those requirements from the Land Development Code and from the County Public Works Stormwater Design Manual, and also the other permit requirements from both SWIFT-MUD and those required for the no-rise permit for FEMA.
Very good. And then one last question. The property looks like it maybe goes at least partway into the Onico Drainage Canal.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if it's within the top of banks or center line or what.
Yes.
Is the county using this as an opportunity to acquire rights to maintain the canal?
Mr. Chair, there is actually an existing drainage easement that has a recorded or book and page associated with the drainage easement for this portion of Onico Drain or Bullies Creek within the limits of this particular project.
Very good, thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Mr. Heap.
I have two questions. One, is it safe to assume that there's some kind of safety function of the storage tanks in the event of a flood?
As far as for water quality component, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yes. Let me go ahead and bring this back again. Yes, as part of staff's review of this particular project, there were concerns of the, in particular with the fuel dispensing areas first as far as the proposed grade of the fueling stations, and then also as far as capturing any of the contaminants or pollutants before it could either enter into the stormwater detention pond or eventually be discharged out into Bullies Creek. With respect to this proposed site development plan, and staff's actually gone well above and beyond preliminary site plan requirements and review of this particular project, but of concern was the fact that as the project is designed, the stormwater facility, the stormwater detention pond, and portions of the proposed paved areas would fall under inundation or would be become part of the floodplain and post-development condition. So as part of those efforts, staff had requested through the applicant that additional, what is typically called a treatment train, be utilized to capture and intercept the pollutants before they went into or were discharged into the stormwater detention pond and then subsequently discharged into Bowley's Creek.
But that's only for a spill on the surface.
Correct.
In the event of a flood, what's to prevent the tanks from, either floating up or spilling?
Certainly, and that's a very good question that you brought up, because staff had also had concerns about the underground tanks as far as buoyancy. In particular, there are buoyancy calculations that have been submitted by the applicant to demonstrate that during a 100-year or a extreme flood event, that the buoyancy effects from flood conditions in this particular area, especially along Bowley's Creek, will not cause those tanks to literally float or to surface to the ground surface. So the applicant, through the engineer of record, has already provided those buoyancy calculations. Should it be necessary, there might be additional measures such as anchoring, things of that sort that might be identified with the final site plan submittal to demonstrate and to substantiate that there is no possibility of those tanks floating or coming up to the surface or being damaged in an extreme flood event.
Great, thank you. And my other question, if I may, there seems to be a lot of large trees on this site that are proposed to be removed. I'm not really familiar with what the county's standard is for either saving trees or mitigating trees. I didn't know if staff could just update us on that.
I don't think we have a environmental staff member here. Just briefly before we go off that, Mr. Gerstenberger, back to the tank question. Does Manatee County review and approve, issue permits for tanks, or is it another agency that does that?
Not directly. Mr. Chair, it is not a direct requirement, per se, through a stormwater design requirement. It would be associated with the building permit, but certainly, in this case, given the location of those proposed tanks, underground tanks, in relationship to the 100-year floodplain and floodway, stormwater staff has requested the buoyancy calculation be included and incorporated with the preliminary site plan review.
Okay, very good. I think we're still looking for environment. Oh, very good. Yes. Good afternoon. If you could state your name and that you have been sworn.
Gary Race, I have been sworn. I'm with Building Development Services, Environmental Planning.
Thank you.
The question was regarding large trees on site. The county does have, we do a tree replacement, removal and replacement matrix. If the site cannot accommodate the number of trees that are required for our replacement, the applicants can pay into the tree trust fund that basically allows the county to collect money to be used on other parts of the county with the Park Service and things like that to plant trees elsewhere. This site was pretty restrictive as far as what they could put landscape-wise. We try to keep the trees on site. It's usually, the replacement trees are usually a larger size than the typical landscape trees. So if they up the sizes, they can meet some of those replacement requirements. But again, if they can't meet it on site, they do pay into a fund that we can basically plant trees elsewhere in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Does that address your question? Very good. All right, any additional questions for staff?
Question.
Mr. Roth.
This is for Tom. The hydrological device that does purifying, is that run by electric? Certainly not by gravity.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roth, the device that you bring up in question is actually, it's actually controlled by centrifugal force. So as the stream of runoff flows into the device, it's actually using essentially the centrifugal force to separate out the pollutants.
Yeah, I was worried that if it was electrical and we had a problem.
As far as a cutoff.
Certainly. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Very good. Any additional questions for staff? Okay, very good, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward, please do so now. Again, state your name and that you have been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes. Anyone at all?
Could I make one more comment?
Just let's see if anybody comes forward. All right, we're going to close public comment. And Mr. Roth.
I'm going to do a Rutledge. You all might not know the location of this property, but I've been by here many times. This is a phenomenal improvement. Absolutely the best thing you could do in this area. I wish I had been responsible for making it happen. Thank you.
You can have your little part in it.
I would just say the other thing too, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rutledge.
The one thing I do have some confidence in, they just recently put a 7-Eleven up by my neighborhood. It's really well run. It's beautiful. It's a real improvement. And so not only is it for that area a good thing, I think they've shown they do a good job. We've approved several of them. And I do think that the game of gas and convenience has changed dramatically. And I think in a lot of places they'd be improved by having something like this, especially with this contemporary hydrosonic separator. I think that's a Star Trek thing.
Run by centrifugal force.
I'm pretty sure Sonic wasn't in that description. So.
Oh, okay.
No. All right, very good. All right, doesn't seem like there's too many questions from the board, so we're going to go ahead and allow staff any closing comments. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moreland. And then we'll allow the applicant either closing comments or rebut anything that maybe was a concern or misstatement.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that we have reviewed the staff report and have agreed to the conditions that were outlined by staff. And I think that you can tell that the developer has put a lot into this to make sure that this is a quality project that everyone would benefit from. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for discussion, deliberation, or the chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. DeLesline.
I move to recommend approval of preliminary site plan PDC 2006ZP with stipulations A.1 through 8.4, B.1 through B.5, C.1 through C.4, and D.1, adoption of findings for specific approval, and granting specific approval for alternative to Land Development Code Section 701.4 perimeter buffer widths reduction as recommended by staff.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ross, second. Any additional discussion? Okay, chair's going to call the roll. Mr. DeLesline.
Aye.
Mr. Smock.
Aye.
Mr. Roth.
Aye.
Mr. Heap.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Aye.
Very good. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and read. We're going to open up applications 4 and 5 at the same time. So, Ms. Leiter, can you read application number 4 into the record?
Ordinance 2023 University Lakes, DRI number 22, PLN 2003 2016-0033. Amend and restated development order pursuant to Chapter 380.06 Florida Statute for the University Lakes Development of Regional Impact, Ordinance 17-06, formerly known as TBRPC, DRC, DRI 2116, to approve the following changes to Map H and the development order. 1. An increase in residential units, 378 units, hotel, 300 rooms, and business, 100,000 square feet. Entitlements on Parcel 2. Create a Parcel 65 by adding 16.04 more or less acres to the DRI. Reflects changes from previously approved land use exchange, updating the phasing and build-out dates to reflect legislative approved extensions and other minor amendments for internal consistency, codifying and restating the existing development order for DRI number 22nd. This is a quasi-judicial case, and Mr. Marshall Robinson is the case manager. Item number 5, PDMU 9201 CGR18 University Lakes PLN 2003-0031, an amendment to the zoning ordinance and the revised general development plan, including the following revisions. 1. Create a Parcel 65 by adding approximately 16.04 acres to project boundary. 2. Rezone the additional 16.04 acre from A General Agriculture to the PDMU Plan Development Mixed-Use Zoning District. 3. Increase residential by 378 units on Parcel 59, 63, 64, and 65. Hotel, 300 rooms, and business, 100,000 square feet on Parcel 2, and 4 other minor amendments for internal consistency. The University Lakes DRI is east of the intersection of I-75 and University Parkway and located on the north side of University Parkway. The DRI is currently zoned PDMU, Plan Development Mixed Use, and contains more or less 4,117.2 acres, which include the 16.04 acres to be added to the DRI. Both cases are quasi-judicial. As I said, Mr. Robinson is the case manager, and the agent is Mr. Caleb Grimes.
Very good, thank you. And for the record, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this applications for the commissioners?
No.
Okay. Also, it's been brought to my attention that if you're in the audience, we can't have you standing. We have overflow rooms if you wish to participate, and there's TVs and monitors over there. When there's an opportunity for public comment, if you would like to come over, we'll give enough time for you to come over. But if you could, please utilize the additional facilities. Thank you very much. Appreciate the compliance. Thank you. All right. No ex parte communications. So as is customary, when we have two applications being heard at the same time, we're going to double the time requirements or the time constraints for each of the processes. So Mr. Grimes has 30 minutes. Thank you. You don't have to use it all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to tell you that coming in here, I was thinking in my mind I had 15, so you may be...
I mean, you have 15 minutes?
Yeah. Well, I was also going to tell you is that we've had a lot of comments, so I wanted to make sure we covered everything.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it all. And my name is Caleb Grimes. I'm with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, and I have been sworn. Pleased to be here representing Schrader Manatee Ranch and its affiliates that are associated with this particular development. We have with us back in the back Ms. Suzanne Fugate, Vice President of Development from Schrader Manatee. I've also been working very closely with the owners of the Legacy Golf Course, and we have Mr. John Whittemore. I think he was standing and had to go into the other room, but you will hear from Mr. Whittemore in a few minutes, as one of the requests that we have today has to do with his golf course. We also have Mr. Joe Rigo with the Venice Diocese, and they are actually the owner of the tract that Rosina, Ms. Leiter, said was going to be added into the development. This development was first approved way back in 1992, and it was one of the earlier parts and is an integral part of Lakewood Ranch. It has been had a lot of development, and as it has progressed and matured, we have periodically come before you to amend the development order and the zoning ordinance to do various things. We have added properties several times over the years. We have reacted to market changes and made updates to the development order and to the parcels that are within it. And we have updated it to meet new code provisions or new laws and to extend dates to match extensions that have been granted by the state. If we can have the first map up. There we go. This is a outline of University Lakes, and you can see it's kind of hard to follow the northern boundary because it's a little bit unique. It ties into Cypress Bank's development order to the north, and it is just part of what has become a larger Lakewood Ranch. The southern line is essentially University Parkway and the southern boundary of Manatee County. On the far west, you can see Interstate 75. It's right at the interchange of Interstate 75 and University. And on the far eastern side is basically your future development area boundary, and there is a road that you see that is there called Bourneside. And Bourneside, when completed, will go from University all the way up to State Road 64. Right in the middle is Lorraine Road, and you see in the east side on the northern part of this property is the Masters Avenue. So that's to give you an idea of its basic location. It is a mixed-use project with a variety of uses and a variety of product types. It has a town center. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the town center. It's more to the western part on the large lake, Lake Eline. It has a lot of interstate-oriented uses, hotels and businesses that are interstate-oriented. It has residential from single-family detached through multifamily and everything in between. It has golf courses. It has a hospital. It has schools, all part of the greater Lakewood Ranch. And as you know, Schrader Manatee has been very, very active in building roadways and road systems as part of our thoroughfare to service University Lakes and the greater Lakewood Ranch. Most recently, you know, they've opened up Lakewood Ranch Boulevard all the way down to Fruitville Road in Sarasota, Lorraine Road all the way down to Fruitville Road in Sarasota. So those two go from State Road 64 all the way down to Fruitville Road. And in fact, Lakewood Ranch Boulevard continues on north and goes over the river. So that's the property that we're talking with. And because of how far it has gone, we're getting near build out of it. So this may be the last amendment you see. This is actually Amendment R18. So that gives you an idea over the last, what would it be, 38 years, I think, that we have had to come in and update and change things with you over the time period. And that's very typical of large developments of regional impact that this is. Today, most of the changes, or a lot of the changes, are cleanup. They are to bring the development into matching our current law. A good example is with DRIs, we no longer have substantial deviations, so we got rid of those language and requirements in here. We have recognized that some of the stipulations have been met, for example, relative to constructing schools, so we're recognizing that. And finally, like we seem to always do with you, is we are updating our various dates, our various deadlines that have been extended due to emergencies and other items of the state. So we're getting it all up to date. We're bringing it up to date to match your current code, language, and things such as that. But we do have some substantive changes, and those are the ones that I want to focus on with you here today. If I can go to the next slide, yes, if we can go to that one, then we'll go back to the other one in just a minute. One of the changes that we are doing, as was indicated, is we're adding a 16-acre parcel of land to the DRI. And if you can see this on the slide, it is located at the southeast corner of Masters Avenue and Lorraine Road. To the south of that is University Parkway, so that gives you an idea of where it is. Just south of it is some areas of some churches. The Schrader Manatee main office is right there. To the south and east, Lake Club development that's quite built out is in that area. And the Venice Diocese contacted Schrader Manatee and said, you know, we would like to bring our property into the development, and Schrader Manatee would very much like to bring them into the development so that it becomes part of the ranch and is subject to the ranch's rules and regulations, and it is therefore able to follow that process. And so in bringing it into the ranch, we don't have any particular, the diocese does not have any particular plan for it right now. So it would be just a general site plan that we have with DRIs. And we are allocating 80 single-family residential units to this site. Now, although 16 acres is being brought in, the actual development site uses 4 acres that are already in the DRI, so it's really a 20-acre development site. It will have access off of both Lorraine Road and Masters Avenue. And so that is the first substantive change that we're doing. The second one is, if you can back up one. If you see, this is an area along the interstate. On the left is the excerpt from the GDP, and it is in this area that we have already done quite a bit of development, but have some lands available where we want to make 2 entitlement additions. One is to bring in an extra 300 hotel rooms. We have hotels on the site 4-5 just below it, and we're going to balance out some of these hotel rooms with that, which we have a right to do without having to amend the ordinance, but we're balancing them out. And in parcel 9 and 10, we have some hotel rooms. So there are hotels already associated with this area, and we are seeing a demand for more of those, especially with the hospital nearby and some of those other things. The second is to add 100,000 square feet of business commercial. And again, we have quite a few square feet of business commercial. The development as a whole will have about 2 million square feet of commercial, of neighborhood, community, business, commercial in the site. So we are asking to add those to that area adjacent to the interstate. And then if we can go to 2 over. The next change is best shown by the one in the middle. I can't do it that way. It's the one in the middle. This is a parcel that right now has the Legacy Golf Course. And the Legacy Golf Course is there. If you've ever been there, you drive up Legacy Boulevard and you go by a large wetland on your right and a large open area at the entrance to Legacy Boulevard. And then you come to the golf course. You mainly see some open area and then the parking lot and then the clubhouse behind it. And this is an area where the Legacy Golf Course owners came to Schrader Manatee, because they now own that particular course, and have requested that Schrader Manatee cooperate with them. There's an aerial of it, and you see the golf course is a little bit north, the driving range a little bit south, and the wetland below that. So that's the area we're talking about. And they have asked Schrader Manatee to cooperate with them to allow the ability to construct 48, just 48, not very many, but 48 multifamily units that would be south of the driving range. This particular red arrows are approximations, but south of the driving range and north of the wetland. The wetland would be completely preserved, and it would be 48 multifamily units in there. And in just a moment, I'm going to ask, he is here, Mr. John Whittemore, to be able to explain a little more about that. But it's a convenient located place, because across the street you see is the entrance to the tennis facilities, where there is a median opening, and the road can be located right there. And the idea is to save completely the driving range and the golf course, and be able to put some units in there. And frankly, the reason Schrader Manatee was very, very supportive of it is we have seen in the past that this golf course had some problems. And it was not well cared for. It was becoming an eyesore. It was a little bit of an embarrassment to Lakewood Ranch. And Mr. Whittemore and his partners came in and acquired it a few years ago. And the difference in transformation has been phenomenal. It's back to being a spectacular course again. And what Mr. Whittemore will explain to you is that this gives them the ability to generate a little bit of outside income to put into this golf course, to continue to make sure it is the course that everybody wants in Lakewood Ranch. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Whittemore to come up and tell you a little bit about his thinking and reasoning. John?
Good afternoon. If you could state your name and that you have been sworn.
My name's John Whittemore, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
And I have a statement I'd like to read, but first, a point of clarification on the diagram we were just looking at. That measures roughly 15.1 acres. The development plans, we're not speaking today of any specific site plan approvals, just general, but what has been concepted is something roughly 5 acres, so as to make sure that it's understood by the board that that entire area that was outlined is not what's intended to be developed. And I'll begin.
Thank you.
My name, as I say, is John Whittemore. My wife and I and 3 kids are residents of Country Club West in Lakewood Ranch. And in a partnership with one of my business partners here today, Kevin Pascal, and others, we own Legacy Golf Club, as Caleb mentioned. I've lived in Lakewood Ranch now for 14 years. The other day, I just come to realize that that's twice as long as I've lived anywhere else in my life. So you can imagine that I love this community. It's become a place that our kids have grown up and we've really enjoyed. But something I've loved more, honestly, is the passionate resurrection of Legacy Golf Club. We bought the club in November of 2015. And we bought the club at that time from Club Corp, one of the largest club ownership groups in the country. They did not want Legacy Golf Club. They bought it reluctantly in a package of 7 clubs in a portfolio, and they discarded it. And that was one of several what I call hot potato ownerships of Legacy. After spending years working for big golf management companies, my partner and I, Kevin, have become small business owners in this venture together, and we've taken out bank loans in the process. One was a local bank in Sarasota and one an SBA loan. In 2018, we then made the decision, a tough one, to add debt onto the property, to reinvest in the assets by renovating the greens, the bunkers, the landscapes, bridges, the interiors, parking lot paving, parking lot lights, the list goes on. And what I'll have us pull up now is some pictures to demonstrate why that was necessary. So maybe a little hard to view on the overhead, but that's a putting green, believe it or not. It looks like a quilt work. The greens had become contaminated and mutated to the point that there was nothing puttable. We heard from our residents and our members that it had become borderline unplayable. The next slide is a bunker. Drainage in 2018, we improved in bunkers. The next slide. Believe it or not, that's also a bunker. Next. The erosion of the faces of each bunker had caused contaminants again, so along with a lack of sand. Next, please. This one I like to call staff neglect. Going around people on the cart path, but caring none. This is the high side on the left. This demonstrates that the fairways had become contaminated with tropical signal, with goosegrass, with sedge, with spurge, just about anything. We call it Heinz 57 grass in our business. Since then, we've eradicated the weeds. This is mole cricket damage in one of the fairways. Thank you. So you can see the golf course needed dramatic reinvestment to survive in an extremely competitive golf market and not to be threatened by demise. It was a big move. We were glad that we were brave enough to make that move. We now have a good following at the club, and I'll very transparently tell you that the club is not teetering on the edge of insolvency today. However, we do have very large expenses in our future. The useful lifespan of an irrigation system is somewhere between 25 and 35 years. Club is 25 years now. No, 23 years now. Irrigation systems on average cost about $900,000 to replace. That's about an average of a 140-acre golf course. Legacy is 211 plus acres. And so it's likely to cost over $1.4 million. It's been very fulfilling for us to receive the positive flow of comments that we've gotten from the community and far and wide about what we've accomplished at Legacy in the last 5 years. And we believe that's not only to the betterment of the club, but it's been in betterment to the entire community. We do plan to hold Legacy for many years to come. I'm 49 years old. I have a little bit of a lifespan left in my career, I'd like to think. My business partner is not that much older either. And we love this club. Stability is good for this community, for it to be owned by guys that understand the game of golf and stability. For me personally, I don't mind telling you that Legacy is by far the most gratifying experience that I've ever had in my professional career. Resurrecting it, it's, as you know, it's an Arnold Palmer design, and Arnold Palmer Golf Management was one of the companies that Kevin and I both worked for. We have a great deal of pride in carrying on Mr. Palmer's legacy. We are cautiously optimistic that Legacy has a very bright future. In fact, we're investing in the creation of a pizza kitchen right now as evidence of that optimism. I'll admit we are not developers, we are golf guys, but we do recognize there's an opportunity to assure that the debt that we added to the property does not end up serving as an anchor on the asset. By using the development opportunity to write down the debt, which is our plan, we put the club on a more stable footing and have the ability to dramatically improve future projects and these upcoming larger projects that I mentioned in irrigation. We're here beginning the process for applying to the right to build the 48 residences, not apartments. And any detailed plans that we present later would include mature landscaping and trees being planted along Legacy Boulevard and elsewhere. As Caleb mentioned, the preserve that's at the corner of University and Legacy is not in jeopardy in any way. And in fact, it's ideally placed in shielding the view of any residences that we build on Legacy Boulevard and University, or from University and Legacy. We've only taken these steps to apply for these entitlements after attending CDD meetings in Town Hall, Lakewood Ranch, and that was because we wanted to seek and listen to the feedback of residents. Generally, the feedback we received was positive after explaining that our motives are to assure that Legacy Golf Club is protected from it returning to another low point in its history from a lack of funding. My intention of beginning the process 18 months ago by attending the CDD2 meetings was to be very transparent in the process and to get that feedback that we sought. Since these workshops, I've met and emailed and discussed the matter with many other country club residents. The final layout is likely to impact approximately the 5 acres that I mentioned as opposed to this 15.1 acre parcel. And as I say, the golf course itself is over 210 acres. Many have been eager to see what's planned in seeking some input from residents in the community. Many have been eager to see what is planned, and they see it as an opportunity to stay local and when they're ready to buy a smaller residence. I do hope that this board, and indeed the entire Lakewood Ranch community, will trust that we have the best intentions for this club and for this community. This trade-off that we're looking for, it makes a heck of a lot of sense for the overall community at large. And there is no doubt that real estate values are positively impacted out of having resurrected Legacy. And I'd further say that having a thriving golf course at the front of the community will have an even greater impact on property value. And the opposite is also very true. A community that suffers, it does suffer a massive loss of value when there's a struggling golf club in their backyard. That's my presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I wanted you all to hear from the owner of the club itself as to why we're doing this. And as you can see, when that was discussed with Schrader Manatee Ranch, they felt that for the benefit of the community, and they are very big sticklers on what goes into Lakewood Ranch, they felt that this was a very good thing overall. And if you notice, it has been located in a way where it will, first of all, it's only 48 units. Multifamily, as you all always hear, multifamily produces far fewer traffic trips than single family. Detached would create. So it's few trips, it's nicely located, and you will not see it coming in the main entrance until you get past the actual wetlands. So we think that's a very, very important thing, and would really like to see it happen because we want to protect that golf course. If I can now go back, okay, we've got it up. If you could put that up. The third area in which we are adding units is known as Parcel 63. And you see it up here. And where this is located in the greater scheme of things is this is the far east end of the Masters Avenue. And it is located adjacent to Bourneside Road, or what will very soon be Bourneside Road. And it is a piece of property where Schrader Manatee has looked and feel that it is appropriate for a different product than the other products that are out there. And we are proposing 187 multifamily units on that site. And I do want to say that we have been meeting with the residents of Country Club East, which are on the north side of the Masters Avenue, about this project. They raised some concerns with traffic and with construction traffic, particularly going in there. It was brought to our attention that we actually have some off-site trucks hauling dirt, dump trucks hauling dirt, that are using this area as a shortcut. They come down Bourneside, because you see it's built to the north, and cut through on Masters. So we have been working with them to take steps to put signage up to stop that and get a hold of the place where they're being dug and where they're being hauled from, to notify the truckers they can no longer go through there. But more importantly, we are not planning on constructing this until Bourneside Road is completed and opened south to University Parkway. And that would be the area in which the construction traffic for this parcel 63, as it's known, would be used. So rather than just say that we are going to require that of anyone who comes in and builds, we are proposing a stipulation that be added to assure that this happens. And it would be that no development shall occur on parcel 63 until Bourneside Boulevard has been constructed and is open to traffic from its current terminus at Masters Avenue to University Parkway. At such a time, construction traffic for parcel 63 shall utilize Bourneside Boulevard and shall not utilize Masters Avenue west of parcel 63. There shall be no construction traffic to or from parcel 63 between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Now, that is consistent with our general rules in the ranch anyway, but we're making that a proposal. I'll go ahead and submit that in. It would be a new P9. Those are the substantive changes that we're here for today, along with the updates. We have worked closely with staff. I appreciate all their efforts. Mr. Robinson has been very diligent. Ms. Leiter working on this to get us to this point. It's a large project, so it's a little bit complicated with all the changes that have gone in the past. It took us a while to get the changes could have been made administratively and were in the past, and so we had to work hard to update the actual GDP to match what we're doing here. The general development plan has been updated, and it includes updating some parcels and taking some development totals out of those where they were developed differently. And so we have general updates to the GDP, but those three were the ones that we've talked about. All of these changes are consistent with our comprehensive plan, and we are not asking for any specific approvals to vary from your general rules in development of the Land Development Code. And so we ask that you recommend approval of this to the Board of County Commissioners, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Very good, thank you. I have just a couple questions. The property south of the area identified as 63, I believe it's labeled 59, is also shown as being lands included in this application. There was no mention of those properties. What is that?
All right, and I should have. I apologize. Let's go to the. This one shows parcel 59, which is on the large one to the left. That was always planned for 450 single-family units, and we have site plans approved. We're working towards getting that developed. Right now, we don't have, the builder is not planning on that total number, but they could. And so we are, yes, we are bringing that up to date with the current plans that we have. That's part of one of those that we're getting things adjusted to match what we have. And so we are bringing that from 399 to 400 homes. If we can go to that first aerial. Keep going. Yes, you can see on this aerial that it is an area that has already been rough graded and and is being developed. So that's that. And if you see, there's basically a lake between that parcel and this one.
All right. So are you adding units to this tract or this parcel?
We are bringing the GDP up to date to match that. And so, yes, we are adding the 51 units to this parcel.
Okay, all right. And then just a couple other points of clarification regarding parcel, the Legacy Golf parcel, which is
64.
64. There was mention that it's going to have 48 multifamily units allocated to it should this application be approved. With regard to the definition of multifamily, I believe the owner, the Legacy owner, made a very quick reference that it's not apartment. So can you clarify as to the type of residence that would be proposed here and how they would be owned and operated and as a community?
Yes, I'd be glad to answer that. We have looked at some various conceptual layouts, and the idea is that they would probably be what you would mostly look at as a townhome, in that they would be joined, paired, or multiple units together. We've mostly looked at one-story, could be two-story, and they would be in a condominium ownership. That means it's one unit, and that means it qualifies as multifamily. And so it would be condominiums, it would be individually owned, and that is the plan for this particular site. We think it will be people who are interested in probably joining the golf club, wanting to live at and near the golf course. And as Mr. Whittemore indicated, we've already been contacted by some who say, hey, I'm ready to downsize. I'd love a condominium on the golf course.
Very good. So I think that's important to understand how the people who live there, that they'll be purchasing these units, and it'd be an investment, and it's not rental apartments.
That's correct.
As many times people consider multifamily. So, okay. I believe that was the questions I have. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, very good. All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to staff presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Marshall Robinson, I've been sworn.
Thank you. Thank you.
The subject property is a DRI with an approved general development plan located east of Interstate 75 and University Parkway interchange along the north frontage of University Parkway in the southern portion of the county. The University Lakes DRI and GDP is located within a mixture of future land use categories, Res 1, mixed use, and estate rural. The development is currently zoned PDMU and contains approximately 4,101 acres. The DRI and associated GDP was approved in 1992, and each of these approvals have been amended a number of times over the years. The development was approved for residential, commercial, office, industrial, and hotel uses. Phasing schedules and development standards have been approved and are in place for the proposed amendments. There are no new uses being proposed. Each of the requested amendments to include the rezoning are for uses currently approved within the DRI and GDP and will be developed in accordance with the approved development standards. The proposed amendments to the GDP and DRI are as follows. Increase the overall acreage to the DRI and GDP from approximately 4,101 acres to 4,117 acres by rezoning 16.04 acres and adding that rezoned acreage into the boundaries of the U-Lakes development. Increase the overall number of residential units from 4,101 to 4,579, which is an increase of 378 units. And increase the total square footage for business uses from 862,316 to 962,316, which is an increase of 100,000 square feet. Also, is part of the amendments is to increase the overall number of hotel rooms from 695 to 995, which is an increase of 300 rooms. And this is kind of a more zoomed out map of what Caleb was showing, where the proposed amendments are going to take place. You can see on parcel 65 up in the northwest part of the map here is where the rezoning is to occur, and the proposed 80 single-family lots are proposed. Parcel 59 is where the proposed addition of 51 single-family units are to be added to the existing 399 single-family units. And parcel 63 is to replace 4 single-family units with 187 multifamily units. Here's where we see parcel 64 and Legacy Boulevard, adjacent to University Parkway along the south there. That's where the talked about 48 multifamily units are proposed. And here we see a zoomed out image of parcel 2 and parcels 4 and 5 where the approved hotel locations are. And this is where the additional 278 hotel rooms are being proposed, along with an additional 100,000 square feet of business uses. Also on parcels 4 and 5 is another 7 hotel rooms. That included with the parcels 9 and 10 round out the 995 hotel rooms being proposed in the amendments. Positive aspects. The overall density of the project decreases with the additional acreage introduced into the development, providing a consistent low-density development within the mixture of future land use categories. There are no new impacts to wetlands. The rezoning portion of these amendments were found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the land development code. Negative aspects. In staff's opinion, there doesn't appear to be any negative aspects for the proposed rezoning of the 16.04 acres or the increase to non-residential entitlements from that which is already currently approved within the project. Mitigation measures. Environmentally sensitive lands are protected with the required buffers and no impacts are proposed for the additional land to be rezoned. Land development requirements for buffering and setbacks are implemented to protect and decrease impacts to the adjacent properties, and a lighting plan in compliance with the Land Development Code regulations will be submitted at a final site plan stage. Staff recommends approval with stipulations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Very good. Any questions for staff?
I have
yes.
one.
Mr. Rutledge.
Yes, Bobby is handing out public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Bobby, I forgot that.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge?
I'm just trying to think if the staff can recall how many times they've come to us and said they saw no negative impacts to a proposed change.
Yeah, no, Commissioner, I can't recall that off the top of my head. The reason for that was both locations of the 187 multifamily units and also the location where the 48 multifamily units are located on the east and west corners of this development are along, at a minimum, have frontage on at least collector roadways. And I consulted with the approved certificate level of services through our concurrency department, and I think Mr. Galliano can probably speak to that. The traffic study that was submitted did not present any requirements for off-site improvements or any mitigation. So from a traffic standpoint, it looks to be, and Mr. Galliano can correct me if I'm wrong, there looks to be capacity and reserve concurrency here for these additional units. From a land use compatibility standpoint, we looked at it from the future land use categories, which was the Res 1 and the mixed use and the estate rural. And in such a mixed use development, we did not see any compatibility issues, Commissioner, being as how we're able to implement the land development codes, treatments of landscape buffering, screening, and other requirements that are pursuant to the land development code at the site development, at the final site plan stage. So I'm sorry to say that we did not see any negative impacts, but I'm certainly open to any that you might have in mind.
No, I think it's just an exception. I think when I look at some of the control that Lakewood Ranch, as Schrader Manatee, has put in place out there, they, in my opinion, and I don't live in Lakewood Ranch, but they managed the development process over 30 years or whatever it's been in a pretty spectacular way. And I think that's evident with people moving in there. I'm always sensitive to local residents when their golf course goes bad. And I'm very sensitive at some of the decline of golf courses and the interest in golf. And so I'm excited to hear somebody wants to take on the golf course as their favorite project. God bless you. So just think that's all kind of very interesting.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? I do have a question regarding the traffic. Many times when we talk about modifications to DRIs, there's always a clarification with regard to the impact on the transportation analysis. Mr. Galliano, can you maybe summarize how these proposed modifications or additions to this DRI might be reflected in the transportation analysis?
Nelson Galliano, and I have been transportation planning.
Thank you.
This is a DRI that has more than 20 years old. At the beginning, there are some agreements regarding the number of total trips that have been approved. During the 20 years, there are not only modifications with land use schedules, intensities, and densities, but also there are more efficiencies in terms of transportation. For that reason, and one of the stipulations of the DRI is the annual monitoring report. With the annual monitoring report, what we see, what we verify is that the current traffic that the DRI produces doesn't exceed that this is approved. When the DRI was written and the DO was written and the calculation of the trips was done, another mobility patterns, another way to move exist 20 years ago, not the same than today. That is one of the reasons we need the traffic monitoring report. With the traffic monitoring report, we know essentially how many trips are on the road produced by how many residential units or square feet of non-residential units. The annual monitoring report reported essentially 3,294 trips. Right now, there are 2 projects on this area, and we count to have about 154 additional trips. It means, in other words, we have 3,448 trips as will be in the road. With the proposed development, we will add 429 trips, with a total of 3,877. That is what will be the total of trips that are right now on the table. The threshold of the DRI is 4,167 trips. It means the proposed development, the amount of trips that the proposed development will add don't create or don't overpass what is approved on the initial DRI. It means in this context, all improvements have been mitigated and there are no need of any additional certificate of level of services regarding transportation. Yes, we need, of course, to see the operational analysis at accesses when they build the units in order to preserve safety and operation conditions on the network.
Very good. And when you say operational analysis, you're talking about maybe additional turn lanes or something like that?
Yeah, essentially, yes, sir.
Are very specific
Safety,
to the...
yes,
Okay.
visibility and these type of things. Yes, sir. Deceleration lanes and yes.
And then you mentioned the overall DRI, that the impact of the transportation, that the impact of the trips that would be proposed for the overall DRI have been mitigated. That statement, what you're referring to is that Bourneside, the improvements to University, the way it's configured today, Masters, Lorraine, Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, Legacy Boulevard, those were all constructed to serve the DRI at its build-out condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I don't know by heart the total conditions of the DRI. But everything has been mitigated, and there are no need to mitigate something that doesn't create any impact.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Okay. All right. Very good. All right. We're going to go ahead and go to public comment. So I have several speaker cards here.
Mr. Chairman.
Who said that? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Before we go to public comment, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and allow staff to use the restroom and stretch your legs. So it's 3:15 right now by my watch. We'll resume this at 3:25. Thank you. All right, countdown. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the public hearing back to order. And I believe we were at the public comment portion of the hearing. Again, I've got quite a few speaker cards. I'll call the name. You'll have the opportunity to make a statement. And again, because there are two applications, you'll have 6 minutes. I'll call the person that would be up, and then I'll call the next person so you can queue up. If you maybe are in the overflow room, it'll give you an opportunity to come over here. And then we'll, after we go through the cards, we'll open it up to anybody else who wishes to make a comment or statement. So the first speaker card I have is Terrence McGilrath, and then the next one will be John Mall. So is there a Terrence McGilrath available? All right, we'll give Mr. McGilrath an opportunity to get in. And again, the next card is John Mao, or Mao. Very good. Terrence? Very good. Yes, if you could come forward, state your name, and you'll have 6 minutes to state your name and that you have been sworn, and then you'll have 6 minutes to make a statement. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Terrence McGrath. I have been sworn. I live on the corner of Helmsdale Place and the Masters Avenue. This is an area where a great deal of the traffic, which will be going by as a result of future density plans, shall we call it, down the other end of the street. 10 years ago, when I purchased the property that I live in, I was told that the berm, as it stood, would be maintained in order to provide a proper buffer between my property and the roads that I mentioned previously. What I can say is that as the population gets denser, the berm is getting sparser. On my property alone, there's probably 10 dead trees in the back that are supposedly buffer trees to protect my property and the privacy from the main roads. Additionally, the part of the berm as it comes to the corner towards Ravelston goes from actually a higher berm to almost down where there's no berm at all. It's almost level. So my points and my concern is that as the traffic will increase, and I heard all the factors concerning how much the traffic is going to increase, I'm hoping that something can be done to protect those of us that back up to the main road in terms of noise abatement and improving the buffering. That's all I have to say in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, the next speaker card I have is John Mao, or John Mao, and then after that I have Wayne Judy.
Hi. My name is John Mao, and I've been sworn.
Thank you.
I am a neighbor next to Terry, and as Terry said, our berm isn't really a berm because it goes from a berm all the way down to literally street level at the corner of Ralston and Masters Avenue. So our problem is with noise abatement. So if we have noise abatement and we have any increases, then we really have a problem. Right now, when the trucks go by, it is difficult to carry on a normal conversation on my lanai. And that is because many times the truck is slowing down for the Willis School that's there coming up. And of course, as a truck slows down, you get the back pressure and you get more noise. And so that's an issue with us, and I think that's the main thing is the noise with us, and that's related to the traffic and the increase in density. So we're opposed to these 59, 63, and 65 unless there can be some stipulations on controlling and monitoring the traffic with some controls. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And we've had two comments already regarding berms. Might I suggest that might be an issue that could be addressed with the HOA. They may have the ability to maybe effectuate some change with regard to the landscaping and whatever additional mitigation might be appropriate. All right. Again, the next speaker card I have is Wayne Judy, and after Mr. Judy, we have Dwayne Demos.
I have been a Manatee County resident for about 15 years.
Have you been sworn, Mr. Judy?
I have not.
Okay. All right. So, again, if anybody intends to speak, we're going to need you to be sworn in. So we're going to go ahead and take the opportunity and give everybody the chance again to swear in. And that's if I have a speaker card or if you just wish to come up and make a comment. So, again, if you could, please rise to be sworn in. Begin.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations you're about to present to the Planning Commission will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Judy, if you could, please.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I started back again. I've been a Manatee resident for about 15 years now, a little over 15. And I have been a member of the Legacy Golf Club for about 12. So I have lived through some of the horrors that some of you may be aware of and that John Whittemore addressed in briefly. In fact, I lived through it a lot earlier than John did and a lot worse conditions than John did. I'm currently part of the management of a group that plays, a league that plays at Legacy about 3 times a week, and we have been in existence for about 6 years. So our group predates the current ownership of Legacy Golf Club. When the economy went sour in 2008, Legacy went through a series of what I would just call investment owners. They were people who invested money, and they could have been buying soybeans. They didn't care. It didn't matter what it was. It didn't matter what it was to the community. It only mattered what the buying and the selling price was and the period of ownership. That was it. When the current ownership came along about 5 years ago, John and Kevin set forth to the members of Legacy Golf Club at that time in a meeting what their vision for the club was. And it was to return it to a quality golf course and to be a benefit to the community. Since they took over, they have followed through 100% on everything that they have promised to the members and the people who play at Legacy Golf Club. They have tremendously improved what is there, and they have come up with a marketing plan that actually has increased the number of people participating, the number of Manatee County residents participating by about double in about 3 years. Today we have a whole group of people that is part of an organization or part of a membership that is called Practice and Play. Frankly, most of the people who are annual play members and play a lot of golf don't think much of those people. However, they show up in the afternoons as individuals, as families. There are lots of parents with children out there who hit golf balls and they practice on the practice green, and they have actually dramatically improved the recreational facilities there at Legacy Golf Club. I would support them in anything that they want to improve their vision of what Legacy Golf Course should be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker card I have is Dwayne Demos, and I have the next speaker as Jordan Schifrin. So. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's Dwayne Demas, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Country Club East, and I'm the neighborhood chair for the Valderrama neighborhood that you heard two of my neighbors already speak about. I'm here representing some others who wouldn't be here today just because they were concerned about COVID, so there are a number of neighbors who would have liked to have come today that didn't make it. In the end, we are concerned about three of the properties that you've heard about along Masters, both at Masters and Lorraine, and the other properties near Masters and Bourneside, primarily due to construction traffic noise and, of course, the noise that will come with additional residents. But as you've heard from neighbors already, the construction traffic noise is pretty intense along Masters Avenue, and we see that unless mitigation measures are put into place, we see that additional construction traffic noise will just be exacerbated with the proposal. I would like to acknowledge, and Caleb Grimes mentioned it earlier, that we've had a couple of conversations with he and other members of the SMR team about mitigation measures, and we appreciate that mitigation measures are being discussed. And if we can get the right kind of mitigation measures, both in terms of reducing construction traffic volume, construction traffic speeding, doing traffic calming measures, putting in the right kind of barriers in our area to reduce construction traffic noise, then we would feel much better about this project, and are, very happy to continue to have the conversations with mitigation measures. But we are quite concerned about the project unless the mitigation measures can both be established and be documented as part of any approval going forward. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, the next speaker card I have is Jordan Schifrin, and then after Mr. Schifrin, Art Vetter would be the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm here to speak exclusively about parcel 64. I've been a resident of Lakewood Ranch for almost 19 years, so I've seen all the changes in development along the way. And our biggest concern, because I'm here to speak to you on my own behalf as well as a number of my neighbors who have asked me to speak for them, about the traffic that is going to occur when you make this change, if you make this change, and rezone this parcel. I congratulate the owner of the golf course, and I'm glad that they made the improvements to the course. And I'm a golfer, but frankly, I'm not here to talk about golf. I'm here to talk about development. There is really no benefit to the members of Lakewood Ranch Country Club West, if you'll call it that, but lots of detriment. I ask every member that's here, come out to the property between 8 and 9 o'clock any morning and watch the traffic back up all the way to University, with truck traffic and purveyors and service providers coming in the morning, landscape trucks, plus residents, plus golfers going into the golf course. Across the street, you have a health club, you have a tennis club, and you have a swimming pool. So the traffic out there in the morning is absolutely horrendous. And the same thing at evening rush hour between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So now you're going to put 48 more residential units out there. And I'm not going to assume that you're going to have empty nesters and retirees. I'm going to assume that you're going to have young professionals and young people. So you're going to add a considerable amount of traffic. I heard the gentleman talk about traffic counts that have been done, but he didn't say when they were done. And I would assume before the commission considers any type of development plan that there would be a thorough traffic study done by a reputable traffic engineer. This is not just an infill piece that we're talking about with the other parcels that SMR has before you. This is taking an existing situation and dramatically changing it. All of Lakewood Ranch Country Club, from University all the way up to 70, is detached single-family estate-type homes. There are no townhomes. There are no condominiums within the country club. There are along Lorraine and in other parts. So now you're going to take a different type of housing and put it in the front of the property where residents and visitors are required to come through in most instances. There's only one other gate in Lakewood Ranch Country Club, which is located a bit north on Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, where guests can come in. They generally don't. They come in on Legacy Boulevard at University, and their first impression is going to see townhouses when it's a single-family home community. There's a nice buffer. There's a nice view when you come in. You definitely respect the quality of that of the ambience of this community. So it's not just about golf. It's about lifestyle. I just don't see this as any benefit to the residents of Lakewood Ranch. And just because it's going to be townhouses doesn't guarantee that they're going to be owned. They could be being purchased by investors. They could be renting them out. Not that we care that much about it, but it's not just a foregone conclusion that you're going to have individual owners in a condominium association. I would suggest that any of you come out there and take a look at that intersection. I think you'd be quite surprised that you're going to stick 48 townhome units right on top of the golf course between University and the gate. Couple other points. It changes, as I said, the scenic aspect of the entrance into the community. It violates more open space requirements. We now know, after a referendum we just had, that the residents of Manatee County want more open space, not less open space. We have not seen any engineering drawings or feasibility about how it's going to impact environmentally the buffer as well as stormwater management. There's a retention pond out there right now. Is it going to have to be expanded? We've seen instances where the roadway has flooded when we have extreme amounts of rain. So how is that going to impact it? As far as I'm concerned, it's way too dense for that parcel, 48 units. The owner of the golf course says that it's 15 acres, but they're only going to develop 5. But that doesn't tell you what the future is going to hold. So 48 units could become 150 units at some point in time if you make the zoning change. It's agricultural property, it's recreational property, it's passive, and it fits in well with our community. It really is not a place to do a redevelopment and stick townhouses in there when that was never the intention of the master plan, and it just is not compatible with our community. We are strenuously opposed to the rezoning of Parcel 64. Thank you for your patience and your courtesy.
Mr. Chairman, can you have the gentleman state his name and whether or not he was sworn into the record?
Yeah, please? I'm sorry. Could you please state your name and?
Yes, I can give you a personal card.
No, just state your name for the record.
For the record, my name is Jordan, Jordan. Last name is Schifrin, Shifrin. I reside at 8116 Lone Tree Glen.
And that you have been sworn?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Those are the two things, name and have been sworn.
Thank you,
also,
Mr.
if you could refrain from clapping, this isn't a sporting event. It's an effort to get testimony on the record. Again, this will be subject to review, and we want to make sure we have a clear understanding of everybody's opinion. So thank you very much. All right, the next speaker card I have is Art Vetter, and then after Art Vetter, we have David McDonald, I believe is the name. So, Mr. Vetter.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to say that SMR...
State your name and that you have been sworn. Sorry,
my name is Art Vetter, and I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to say that SMR, Mr. Grimes and his staff have been excellent in working with us. I live in Valderrama. I was the first resident of Valderrama many years ago. And when I moved in there, the question was asked to SMR, what about that road, Masters? And they said, small community road going to the main gate. They said, okay. I don't live right backed up to Masters. I live on the north side of it, the other side of Helmsdale Avenue. The people on the berm, if you will, on the south side of Helmsdale get an extremely loud noise every time a truck passes, and even cars and motorcycles. I live on the other side of the street, and I could hear them with my windows closed. We can't even sit there this time of year when the weather is cool and open our windows without aggravation from noise. It's just not a quality of life Lakewood Ranch promises everybody. So I'm all for progress, but along with progress comes accommodation. And they've been very accommodating to us at this point, but they fall short on one end, the berm. It's not owned by the HOA, it's owned by the stewardship. We were told in 2013 that they would green up the berm to stop the noise as construction was moving east along Masters. They did that. They also promised us if this didn't work, they would put up a solid fence. I have literature on it. They gave us handouts showing what the fence would look like and all of this. Over the years, development was pushed east with the Isles, Del Webb, and now parcel 59 and 63 getting more dwellings. Well, we called them on it. We said, hey, look, we need the berm. We need the fence that you promised us back in 2013. The answer was no. I mean, when I grew up, a promise was a promise. We have a whole bunch of people that saw it and heard it, and I would like to call them on it. I would ask the board to incorporate with what Mr. Grimes proposed to put in the approval process, whatever that is, with the truck traffic and all of that stuff, that possibly a solid fence can be put up. We are the only section, 19 homes, the only section of Masters without a solid wall. Everybody else has a solid wall. The Lake Club, I think, has a 12 or 16-foot wall. We have nothing. We have a picket fence. I mean, it's not right. It bounces off the Lake Club, comes into our community, and we hear all the noise. More traffic with more development. We need accommodation to help us have a quality life. I thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is David McDonald, and after David McDonald, we have Leo Gallagher.
Hi, my name's Dave McDonald. I'm also live in Valderrama. I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
So I moved there in 2013, and similar to what Art said, at the time when we asked about Masters Avenue, they said, well, it's going to be a road that leads to the new main gate at Players, and we weren't informed it was going to continue or that there would be further developments. So basically, that leads to the two main problems we have is construction, traffic, noise, and speeding. The construction, traffic, so I would put it as we've lived through two previous live examples, and that would be when the Isles was done and when Del Webb was completed. During those times, and we would expect it to be similar with the lot at Masters and then Bourneside. It would start 5 o'clock in the morning, the heavy earth trucks, and it would go like an endless conga line for like multiple hours where you couldn't even sit outside and have a cup of coffee. It would go on for hours. So our concern is how these new projects would exacerbate that situation. We appreciate the work that SMR and Caleb have done as far as the parcel at Bourneside and Masters, putting it part of the approvals that they couldn't use Masters for their construction traffic. We appreciate that, and we hope that stays true. The other issue with that is, so we did cover, that did include specific times too, the 7 to 7. We appreciate that. With speeding, Masters is a 35-mile-an-hour road, regularly has pedestrians. There's several entrances with stop signs to the different communities. You know, now there's Country Club East, and now the Isles and Del Webb. And just in the past few months, there's been a couple accidents with trucks and pedestrians that was in the newspaper. So again, the question is, how will increased density exacerbate those problems? And I think the speeding is a harder issue to resolve because you can't have restricted hours and so forth. So some of the things we'd be concerned to want to know in the future, what can be done about the speeding, potentially stop signs, traffic lights, roundabouts, something to control the traffic, to keep cars, literally, I don't know how fast, but they're certainly not doing 35. When you pull out of our community on Ravelston, there's a bend. You look to the left, cars are doing 35 or 40, you're good, but cars are swinging going much faster than that, and it can make it a little difficult to get out of the community. So also that leads to the sound mitigation. We would like to see something permanent done, and I build on what Art said as far as the wall, as far as we knew that was a potential, and it would help a lot of the residents. But we do want to thank SMR for listening to us so far, and hope that we can continue to work this out. And I think an important thing. So our original development was owned by SMR. It's all built out. New communities come in off of the same street. And we just want to make sure that the quality of living stays the same. And we don't want our quality of life degraded to a degree what it has been, but just with the traffic. So basically that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I just have to note for the record that Mr. Roth had to leave, so we have 4 planning commissioners present and 1 on Zoom, so we still have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. The next speaker card I have is Leo Gallagher, and after Leo Gallagher, Diane Vendetta. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Gallagher, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Valderrama, which is one of 20 subdivisions within Country Club East. We are the only subdivision that borders along Masters Avenue. There are approximately 19 houses that border directly onto Masters, but we're only 80 foot from that highway. And I say highway because it was originally pitched to us as to be a residential road, but it has turned into a 4-lane highway. When Masters was originally developed, it stopped at Ravelston Road, which was a back entrance to Country Club East. And as the previous fellows have said, we were told that was going to be opened up only so far as the main gate for Country Club East. Well, when they opened it up to the main gate, they then continued to open it up, and we now open up to multiple subdivisions, both north and south of Masters, which has created a lot of traffic. Then when Bourneside Road was opened, from Masters up to State Road 70, it now became a throughway, a bypass. Anybody who wants to escape the intersection of State Road 70 and Lorraine Road uses Bourneside, comes down and scoots along Masters. So we have very high-speed traffic because the way that road is designed, there is no stop between Bourneside and all the way down to the school or all the way down to Lorraine, which is about 3 miles. The speed limit on that road is 35. I have tracked people doing 65. And that's a norm. That's not an exception. Now, we talked about the berm. There is a berm that separates our house, but that does not belong to the HOA. That is maintained by the developer. Now, more recently, we've developed some relationship with the developer through Caleb and through this exercise, actually. But prior to that, we were promised that a wall would be put up. First, they said, let us put up some vegetation and to absorb the noise with the vegetation. If that doesn't work, though, we'll come back and put up a wall. When we called them back to put up the wall, they first didn't even take the calls. And ultimately, and this took 2 or 3 years to finally get through and get an answer, they said, no, we're not going to do the wall. So right now, we're getting some progress with Caleb and with the senior management. And we're starting to make some progress to get some mitigation on the noise and the sound and the traffic. But we need more work. And we need more time. And I would urge this group to table this and give us more time to work with this group to get it resolved for our neighborhood. It's no fun 80 miles or 80 feet from a major highway and to hear these trucks roar by. And what the other fellows were saying is absolutely true. You cannot sit outside. There is no peace and quiet. We do not have the quiet that we're entitled to as a resident. I thank you.
Very good, thank you. Again, the next speaker card is Diane Vendetta. And then after that, Gary Schroyer.
Hello, my name is Diane Vendetti, and yes, I have been sworn in, and I am speaking in response to Parcel 64. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk to the Commission. I live in Country Club, and I'm speaking about the impact of the changes to legacy that will affect, excuse me, all members that live in Country Club. 5 years we've been living there. The first time we approached Country Club, we went in by the main entrance, which is Legacy Boulevard. Before we even got to the guard's desk, I was just amazed at the natural beauty, the openness of it. Once we got inside, loved it even more. I am very concerned not only about the aesthetics, but I am concerned for that future home buyer coming into the community and seeing what's around it and not even open to looking at houses in there. I know that to be real because that's what happened to us when we were looking. We did look at other communities, but their entrances left a lot to be desired, and we didn't progress any further in those communities. So I am concerned financially as well as aesthetically. The second talking point is the traffic that we've already talked about significantly. But I just wanted to make a note of the staff report that was done as part of this presentation. Under transportation, it lists all the roads that will be impacted, and nowhere on this list is Legacy. So I'm not sure about the internal review, but on here, it's not even listed as something that has been looked at. Now, I go to the fitness center, I play golf at Legacy, and this entrance is very close to where I live. In fact, I was one of the original 9 people that had gotten correspondence about the development. So I'm on this exit multiple times during the day. And as someone previously stated, the morning slot between 8:30, 10:30, cars can be backed up all the way to University. And the same thing at night. And because of the angle, sometimes it's very difficult, especially if you're coming out of the fitness center, to be able to see oncoming traffic. So traffic is a legitimate concern for the community. All right, in addition, I want to talk a little bit about what Mr. Whitmore, when he presented his plan for the community and large, and then for the country club in particular. To quote what he said is, the final layout is likely to impact approximately 5 acres of the 15.1 acre parcel. Hopefully that would be true. All right, there is a big difference between 15 acres of residential, multi-residential units and 5 acres. All right, and particularly the way the map is drawn, where the acreage is, a big portion of it is on Legacy. So while I appreciate their desire to just build within 5 acres, if they are granted 15.1 acres, all right, there is nothing holding them to stay inside that envelope. So my question is, if the goal is 5 acres, why do they need permission to be able to build within 15.1 acres? All right, after you vote on it and that's approved, we as homeowners have no input into that. So I urge you to look at that and perhaps require them to make it to 5 if that's indeed what they want to do. All right, also I want to talk a little bit about the process of how it was communicated. I understand the law says that only properties within 500 feet are to receive notification. I was one of those properties. Luckily, it doesn't affect me other than the entrance coming in and out. But as far as the whole community, it's really lacking. That entrance affects everyone that lives in Country Club. Yet, no other person other than our group were told about it. I did try to get the word out, all right? I went on next door. I tried to explain, this is happening, this is an education, whatever. I also went to the CEVA meetings, and I went to the CCD2 meetings inquiring about it, as well as trying to find out why weren't we told. The chair of the CD2 meeting said, oh, yeah, back in January, back in the winter, they did come in here and tell us a little bit about what they were thinking about doing, but then we never heard anything. We kind of thought it died down. So they were not even aware of it, and as a result, the community was not notified. There was a letter after persistence on myself and the 2 neighbors that the CEVA board sent an email out to all residents of Country Club yesterday about what's taking place. All right, so they get a letter mid-morning, and the Planning Commission is today. So that whole timeliness, okay, I know it's not unique to this project, but that definitely is an issue for our community, I'm sure, and of other communities. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about what is considered when something is offered, when something is suggested. In this staff report, I went through and looked at what was listed: environment, transportation, a couple other things. At no point in there did I see any kind of analysis of the impact to an existing community. All right? For me, the consideration is so vast. And it appears just by reading this that that's not taken into consideration because it's not listed as to what that impact could be. So for that, I would encourage not only looking at everything else as far as what was in here, but to look at the existing community and the impact on that.
Yes.
And then lastly, when we did buy in Country Club, again, because I loved, one of the reasons we loved the entrance, I did ask, how are we protected that this entrance will stay the same way? I was told it is defined that way in the master plan. All right, and now we're changing the master plan. Again, we're changing it without input from most of the people that it's affected by. So I asked you to do further communications and be very tentative when you change the master plan, because people are looking at that and believing in that. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Very good. Thank you very much. The next speaker card I have is Gary Schroyer. And after Gary Schroyer, Elizabeth Dolphin.
Hi, I'm Gary Schroyer. I've been sworn, and I've been a resident for about 10 years in the area. I'm also a member of Legacy Golf Club for the past 3 years, so I'm a little bit biased in terms of what my support here. Golf clubs in the area, as many of you have seen, they either get better or worse over time. And a number of the premier courses and clubs from 20, 30 years ago have suffered a level of decline or have closed over the years. And Legacy was exactly in that condition over the last 15 years. 2015, when the new management came in, the new ownership, they began making improvements immediately. And they've been significant. And actually in 2018 is when they did the renovation of the greens, the bunkers, the clubhouse, and other improvements. The nicest courses in the area are all private clubs. The best public option for visitors, for people who do not play a lot, for juniors, people who want clinics, the best public option is Legacy. It's gotten better, and the management has stepped up, and we're to the point now where people come into the area and they've actually come to play Legacy because they've heard the reputation is good and the conditions are good. The layout of the course is beautiful, and it's well designed. The support in the last couple of years has been really good as well. There's no guarantees as to what will happen going forward. The management and ownership has demonstrated they've lived to their commitments. It's a very competitive industry. It's not a high margin business. And I think this proposal actually strengthens their position and enhances or increases the probability of success going forward. I also believe that that club, at a high quality level, increases the quality of life for the residents in the area. So that's it. I do encourage your support for the proposal.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth Dolphin. And the last speaker card I have is Antoinette Ambrosio. And then we'll open it up to anybody else who wishes.
My name is Elizabeth Dolphin, and yes, I have been sworn in,
Thank you.
and I am here to talk about parcel 64. I have been told that you received documentation from Vision 2020 Lakewood Ranch at gmail.com. It's a 2-page document. I'm not going to bore everyone with reading it, but I hope you do read it because we feel that it's very important. Many of our neighbors are not here. They're snowbirds, they're seasonal, they're up with their family for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and they'll be down with January. We'd like to see that this decision be postponed until they have a time to be here in person. Also, we'd like to be able to meet with the developer and talk to them about the exact plans. We'd also like to have the traffic study, if there has been one, sent to Vision 2020 Lakewood Ranch at gmail.com. And one of the things that has been brought up by 2 other people, and I'm going to bring it up again because I do believe it's important. What's to keep them from building another 100 units, multifamily rental units, if they're approved for 15 acres, but they're only going to be using 5 for the 48? That's a big issue because once you change this, there's no going back, and we can all sit here and cry and whine, but it's not going to change. I don't know if there's been a study of the viewscape that's going to be affected by some of the people that live in the neighborhood, that live directly close to this, or if there has been a study about the effects of ambient lighting at night for the neighbors that live directly by. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. The last speaker card I have is Antoinette Ambrosio.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I have been sworn in.
Thank you very much.
My name is Antoinette Ambrosio, and my husband and I live in Lakewood Ranch Country Club in a small subdivision, or what they call a neighborhood, in District 2 called Quail Creek. Quail Creek abuts the Legacy Golf Course, which is seeking approval for the rezoning, as we all know. Quail Creek is an estate community of only 12 homes. In fact, would it be possible to put the map of parcel 64 under the projector? Would that be a possibility? Thank you.
Yes, I would continue with your
Yes,
comments, though, so
I will.
your clock doesn't run out.
Thank you. There is another neighborhood right next door to my neighborhood, which is Quail Creek, and that neighborhood is known as Weston. The golf course sits in an area that abuts both Quail Creek and Weston residents. But I want to talk first about the first notification that we received, and you've heard it before, about the rezoning application, which arrived by mail from Lakewood Ranch Communities, LLC, on November 6th. That was the very first time that my husband and I heard anything about this. The first hearing here was scheduled for November 12th, and it had to be canceled because we had the tropical storm the day before, and that hearing is today. No one in the country club as a whole was notified, with the exception of residents who live 500 feet from the intended site. That would be me. And of course the Quail Creek and Weston homes on the golf course. When word began to circulate to other residents in the country club, the matter was brought to the attention of the board this past week, questioning why Country Club was not notified. This is a huge country club development. Finally, yesterday, and I believe Ms. Vendetti mentioned this, on November 18, a notification came from Ann Ross, the executive director of the IDA, which is the Inter-District Authority, to all of Country Club, advising of this rezoning application. So today is the 19th. Yesterday is the day that the Country Club was actually notified about the rezoning. Residents of Quail Creek and many other Country Club residents feel the notifications came way too late and that the time allotted between hearings is totally insufficient. We would like to request a postponement of these proceedings so that all Country Club residents have sufficient time to investigate the pros and cons for the rezoning. We hope that this is not too much to ask in view of the little time that most of the community has had, hours in fact, to examine this closer. To date, I have spoken with many Country Club residents besides those in Quail Creek, none of whom wants this rezoning to be approved for the following reasons. First of all, the devaluation of our property and homes. The homes on the golf course paid a high premium for their properties, some as long as 19 years ago. The homes that are on the golf course, facing the golf course in Quail Creek, were promised that no one would be able to build. When we sit in our lanais looking out toward the golf course, no one would be able to build because that area is a preserve, and no one can touch a preserve. Well, we were very happy with that, so we decided to invest the additional money, a very high premium, so that we would have this kind of privacy when we built our home. We fear the rezoning and subsequent building, if approved, of 48 villas. It was told to me it was villas, not townhouses, on the Legacy Golf Course will lower the value of our homes. When lots were purchased, we were told no one could build, as I said, on the intended site because of the preserves. If this is approved, we will lose property value and a view we paid extra for. We have been told that 46 or 48 villas would likely be built directly in front of the preserves along Legacy and University Parkway, and that these units might start at $380,000. Low-income housing, I believe, begins $300,000 or under. We estimate that the homes in Quail Creek and Weston affected by this rezoning may experience a loss of $1 million plus. Homeowners are fearful of more rezoning happening on the ranch if this application is approved and the ensuing consequences. Another item is additional traffic and noise. We've talked about it at length here today. And again, in most mornings, the Legacy Gate is already backed up with vendors waiting to get into the country club. If the rezoning is approved and these units are built, we could anticipate an additional 50 to 100 vehicles traveling to and from the new development each day in an area already busy with the residential vehicles and commercial vehicles from the Legacy Golf Clubhouse, the athletic club, the tennis courts, and the swimming pool. Add to that vendors, golf club attendees, athletic club, and tennis court members. We have recently had several accidents occurring. One was even a fatality. We would like to request a traffic study. And I know that it has been touched upon, but we would really like to have an in-depth traffic study because, as Diane Vendetti said just a few minutes ago, that there is so much traffic and that it didn't even show up on the list when she looked it up. So that is something that really needs to be looked at, and I hope that you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is my time up?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought I had 6 minutes.
I think we're going on about 10.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think we may have some other folks who wish to speak. I'm just trying to be mindful of everybody's time. So.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Okay. I was hoping to point out the homes that would be directly affected by those 48 units. On the map, not that map though, I'm sorry.
Right.
It's a green map.
I think we're
All
aware
right.
we've had an opportunity to go through it, so thank you.
And how can I input additional information and questions that I might have?
You can email it to, is it the case planner? Is that who receives it? I don't see Marshall. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Is that the best way to get information into the record? So
The case planner, is that Marshall?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So again, I'd like to open this up to anybody else who wishes to come forward and make a statement. Again, you still must be sworn, but if you would, please just state your name and that you have been sworn. And you'll, again, have 6 minutes to provide testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Alice Serwanka, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
And I live on the Masters Avenue, and I mention that only because I actually live right along adjacent to the cart path between the 15th green and the 16th tee. And for those of you who may have had the opportunity to ride along there, you will see what has been for us a continuing issue with landscaping as supposedly practiced by the Legacy Golf Course that has just simply not been attended to. I don't see these people around anymore. They have been the recipient of my calls in the past 3 years, but it calls into question for me the commitment that Legacy Golf Course would have to the kind of improvements and attention to aesthetics that would all be important to us as we contemplate this whole issue of improvements or changes to the entrance to the country club. To whom is the Legacy Golf Club going to be accountable? How are we as residents who live there and are affected, how are we going to be reassured that that these changes to the golf club and to the Legacy Boulevard are going to be in our best interests and, in fact, are going to improve the aesthetics or impact the aesthetics in a positive way. So the other thing I would like to raise is, and there have been several issues raised here, and it concerns the non-specificity of a lot of the plans and proposals that have been put on the table here. With respect to future development, there are, as we know, we've heard about traffic considerations, and I've heard it mentioned that if traffic it turns out to be a problem on Legacy, well, we'll just make changes to traffic lanes and make sure that they're taken into account. Where's the opportunity for input into those kinds of issues? And how are they going to be resolved in the future? There's a lot of non-specificity about exactly where are these 48 units going to be built. And in fact, will they be limited to 48, or could they be more, as Ms. Vendetti alluded to earlier? This is the opportunity, as I understand it, the sole opportunity for community input. And by my way of thinking, this is not adequate when given 1 day's notice. I received the email yesterday at 10 o'clock in my email inbox about this meeting and all the things that were being proposed here. And that is absolutely inadequate. And we need to look at a process where you postpone this decision and develop a process for community input and accountability, because you, in fact, are ultimately accountable to the residents of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and speak? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one else come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. And for clarification, the Planning Commission is a recommending board. This will be heard by the Board of County Commissioners for approval. So you'll have another opportunity to speak to the Board of County Commissioners. So just make sure. And that hearing is what date? Someone help me out. December 10th. Thank you. So you already know that, so very good. All right. So with regard to the public comments, there were a lot of questions, a lot of them focused on traffic and noise. I do have a question for Mr. Galliano. This is a DRI, and they're required to do annual monitoring and annual reporting, correct? So even though there was some traffic information associated with this application, there's a history of information that's available online. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where is that located, or how would the neighbors find that?
Nelson Galeano, Transportation Planning, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I can send the traffic study to Mr. Marshall in order that he delivers to anyone who is requesting, because this is a public record.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was a location, under the University Club DRI that had the reporting, the most recent information, where it could be downloaded or reviewed, or is that?
I am not sure if the traffic monitoring report will be part of the website on the DRI section at the Building and Development Services website of the county.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but
all right.
No problem.
But I think it might be helpful. Several folks asked if it was available. I think if we could make that available, it would probably be helpful. So, all right, very good. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for staff? I have a couple questions for the applicant, and would like to hear on a few points. So I don't know who the best person to answer some questions or provide some clarifications. Mr. Grimes, would that be you? I guess it depends on what the question is.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
So There was a question, and it seems like an obvious question. If the intent is to develop 5 acres with regard to the golf course, why is 15 being included in the revised general development plan?
Mr. Chairman, that was raised by Diane Vendetti, I believe is how she pronounces her name. And I wrote down next to it, good point.
Yes.
And so what we discussed and will propose is that the reason it was 15 acres, because that's the tract.
Okay.
You know, you get these ID numbers and you end up with a tract, and that's what you put on it.
Right.
As was explained, is that this is only intended to be on this south portion between the wetland and the driving range area. The driving range is to be retained. It's very important to the golf course. The golf holes are to be retained. All of that area in front of I think it was the last woman the next to the last woman that spoke, that's all being saved. So I'm going to propose that between now and then that we put a build area within that and have a stipulation that all building would have to be in that area that we have shown. And so we will do that to limit it to that approximate 5 acres. I don't have the exact number until we draw it out, and we will do that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that seems like an obvious question, and I think if you could provide a assurance, that would probably...
Absolutely. Like I said, I wrote down when she mentioned it, good point.
Very good. Another common element of the citizen comments was related to the berm and the ownership. So as I understand it, and most of that discussion seemed to center around Masters. Are we talking about the public portion of Masters as you understand it?
All right, let me give you a little history and a little bit of what is going to be happening to get to that. The Masters Avenue is a county-owned road. It is on the thoroughfare plan. It's been on that thoroughfare plan for a long, long time. And I know that we found the master plan that was in the sales area back in 2006 before Valderrama came in, and Masters Avenue was shown on it going all the way through. And so the roadway is owned by by Manatee County itself. Outside the roadway is where we put in landscaping and berming and so forth. I don't personally know the exact ownership, but I have no reason to doubt that the berm area is owned by the district, the stewardship district, and is maintaining it, or one of the districts. And then there would be some land owned behind that by the homeowners association. What I do want to say is that when this was raised, and these gentlemen who said we've been working with them, when this was raised with us, Ms. Fugate and I and others at Schrader Manatee went out, investigated it, and there is a very thick area of vegetation, but what has happened is the taller trees have gotten very, very thick, and the lower stuff is thick, and there are thin spots that have developed in that area. And we have authorized, and I can't remember the exact date, but it's either the first or second week in December. The second week in December, we are actually going out there and planting that intermittent area. It's about 600 feet that needs to be replanted. We've done a lot of research on it and on noise mitigation and I've been fascinated in what I've read about how different plants stop different frequencies, and so you need different kinds of plants. So we're actually going out there in the second week of December to replant the area that got thinned out along that. But I do want to say another thing is that one of the things that we didn't predict, and SMR is good at predicting everything, is we got Bourneside open because it was being built along with the development up there, the Del Webb development. We got that built and connected it to Masters. And as was indicated here today, we're finding that people are using it as a shortcut. And the part that we found that was the most troublesome is there is a borrow pit further east on State Road 70, not a Schrader-Manatee one, a borrow pit. And the trucks, I'm sure to avoid Lorraine Road and State Road 70 that is under construction, decided to use it as a shortcut. And when that was pointed out to us, we immediately started taking action. And the first thing we were able to do is, because Bourneside is still owned by the district and has not been turned over to the county, we are erecting signs that say no through trucks over 5 tons gross weight. And we're erecting them down at the other end of the Masters as well. We're going to put these signs up that stop. But more importantly, we contacted the earth-moving company and said, you know, you're looking for trouble. You're stirring up a hornet's nest of people, and I don't blame them for having all your trucks go through there. And so they have agreed to pass out a flyer to all their truck haulers that explains that that road is closed and they can't use it. Now, from a practical standpoint, of course, we're getting pretty close to finishing Lorraine and State Road 70 intersection. That will make a huge difference as well. And secondly, Bourneside is designed to go to University, and that any vehicles on Bourneside should be going on down to University and not using Masters. And we have the rest of Bourneside scheduled to start in February 2021, next year, this February, in a few months, and be completed before the end of the year. And so that is why we have the stipulation that any development on parcel 63 will go to Bourneside. I mean, we'll have to use Bourneside and go to University, which is a much wider, bigger thoroughfare road. And in addition, is once we get that opened up, SMR has agreed that they're going to request any other of those developments that are ongoing on Masters use Bourneside to University as well for any construction traffic. And I will have to say that those builders that are in there are ones that like to work with SMR and have for years, and I can't imagine they won't direct their construction traffic away from Valderrama. So this was called to our attention about this problem with the trucks, and we have gotten on it, and frankly, this time next year, we think that most of the problems will go away anyway because of what we're doing.
Very good. Yeah, typically, the response is it's a public road. We can't control who's on it. But the fact that the district still owns it, I think, is advantageous for this particular
And I will say this, as far as anything to control speeding, for example, if you wanted speed bumps or you wanted something like that, we can't do that on the Masters. And that's where they were talking about the speeding.
Because Master is a public road.
Owned by the county, right. But that doesn't mean, and we suggested this to the folks, that they might want to talk with their commissioner, and I know they have, about doing some help with traffic calming on that road, and we're certainly not going to stand in the way of that.
Very good. And then the last thing that I heard frequently from public comment was related to noticing. This isn't unique to this particular application. We hear it many times. I think there's always concern that somebody's not being noticed. That I'm sure there's a lot of variables that go into it, but can you speak to that? And if there was any deficiency that needs to be corrected or addressed, or was it properly done in accordance with the requirements of Manatee County, and maybe those are what needs to be explained for the process?
I will address it. We do notice because of a couple of different things. One, the state requires notice, and it requires notice be published. And that notice was published in the newspaper pursuant to to state laws and the county's rules and regulations. The county, on top of that, has you post signs around the site, and we actually, usually you will see maybe on a small piece, maybe one sign. We have 6 signs that were posted in accordance with the rules and regulations and in advance of the hearing that got continued. It was 10 days, I think it is 10 days before that. And in addition, it requires, the county requires mailed notice. And the project that we have here is University Lakes. And your code essentially says you have to give notice to people within 500 feet of your project. So that would be 500 feet of University Lakes. And we found that creates some issues because people within the project that may be next to a piece being affected are not given notice. So many projects ago, I worked out with your attorney, Ms. Shank, that what we would do is go beyond what that notice requirement is, and we would pick out any sites within the development that are getting changed, either a change of use or a change in, an increase in density or something like that. And we would go ahead and notice everyone within 500 feet of that as well. So we went down to the property appraiser's office and we got them to send us the labels for everyone within 500 feet of the entire project and everyone within 500 feet of parcels 2 and 4-5, parcel 64, parcel 63, parcel 59, parcel 63. And by the way, I do want to apologize. When you called me on parcel 59, I had it in my notes to tell you about it, and I just jumped right over it because it wasn't the one that seemed to be in question. So we have followed all the statutory requirements. In addition, as to parcel 64, as Mr. Whittemore said, he began early on meeting with who he thought he needed to meet with, the CDDs that control all of this area, and discussing all of those things with them since 2019 and earlier in 2020. And we were, frankly, a little surprised at those that didn't know about it, between the signage and the notice and his meeting with the CDDs. So we have met the legal requirements, and I will say this, one of the speakers, I think her name was Elizabeth Dalton, said something about meeting with the developer. We will be glad to meet with anyone that would contact us. And I know Mr. Whittemore has tried to do that as much as he could, and we've got quite a bit of time between now and the board, and we'll be glad to meet with anyone, including if we need to do something by Zoom, we can do that as well.
Mm-hmm. With regard to noticing, there's a record of everything that was sent out, and if anybody would like to check that record, it's available for review, isn't it?
That's correct. It's part of the package, mm-hmm. And it's there's affidavits of signage posting and where they were. Right. We have actually pictures of them and all of that.
And then also, I think it bears mentioning some of the efforts that were done by the folks with Legacy was done as a courtesy, but there are notices that are sent to, for example, I presume if the CDD owns property within an area, they're going to get a notice. If the HOA owns, say, for example, buffers, they're going to receive a notice, and then it's incumbent on them. You can't control it, but it's incumbent on them for them to notify the owners. I think from time to time we hear where that's done well, and then other times when it's not done as good as we would hope. So
yeah, in hindsight, we would have sent more out, but we did what we thought was appropriate in accordance with the law.
Very good. Thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant?
I have a general, Mr. Chair, just a general question. Because this is a DRI, any site plan will come before us for approval, correct?
No. This is, again, this is a a zoning process, so that we have the general development plan, and if it's consistent with the general development plan, as I understand it, the remainder of the process would be administrative.
Okay.
So,
Yes, that is correct.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
they have the approval for the general development plan, and after that, they have to provide a preliminary site plan that usually is merged with final site plan, and it's an administrative approval.
And Mr.
And they have to follow all the regulations that are in the DRI and then the GDP.
This is an extra layer. For example, they have to follow the land development code, but they also have to follow any conditions or stipulations that were part of the DRI
Yes,
approval.
that is correct. They have to follow the land development code and
Right.
all the regulations that they are specifically for the GDP and the DRI.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Grimes, I did think of one additional question. I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyways. The parcels we've talked about, they're not all owned by a single entity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How many different ownerships are we talking about? I think you said legacy.
Parcel, the legacy, the parcels where we're on the interstate, the ones that we're trying to put additional units on would be owned by Schrader Manatee.
Right.
The legacy parcel is owned by the Legacy Golf Course. And like I said, I talked to Mr. Whittemore about let's narrow the building area down. The parcel 65, which is at the corner of Masters and Lorraine, is owned by the Venice Diocese. And the parcel 63 is owned by SMR. And parcel 59, I don't know the answer to whether it's all been taken down or not, but it is a parcel that is, as we showed you, is under development, and we were kind of fixing an error on that one.
Okay, and I think the other part of that is an acknowledgement that when these parcels are brought in or when the documents are modified, they're subjecting themselves to whatever conditions were previously required by the DRI. Is that correct?
They will have to develop in accordance with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, the DRI development order, the zoning ordinance, and all of those stipulations that go along with those.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? I think we're gonna, if there aren't, we're gonna go ahead and go to staff closing comments. Okay, Mr. Marshall, you're.
Okay, Mr. Chair, while he's coming down, I'll make a few comments.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Galliano, I always mispronounce your name, has testified that the DRI is vested. The stipulation I see, it's vested with 5,161 trips, but it's changing the monitoring plan that he referred to. So there's not going to be any new traffic study. This is it.
Mm-hmm.
They already have been approved for all the trips.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that.
But there's
people asking for new traffic study. There is none. They're vested for all these trips already.
But there was a historic analysis and continued reporting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a monitoring. As they draw down each of the trips,
right.
They calculate it to sure there's still trips left.
And the monitoring report shows the consistency with the adopted documents. Is that
according to Mr. His testimony?
Okay. All right.
And the planning commission or the board can consider property value, whether it's increasing the property value for the golf course or decreasing property value for residents. The case law says we can't consider that in quasi-judicial rezonings. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay.
And thirdly, neither the planning commission or the board can enforce verbal or written promises made by developers or an HRA documents or use restrictions and covenants.
Or a
the
real
case
estate
law
agent.
too. Okay.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right.
Marshall Robinson, Development Services. I have been sworn. I was just going to close with saying that I have a copy of the traffic study. I know they were asking to get a hold of a copy of it, so if anybody wants a copy of the traffic study, you can send me an email, and I'd be happy to email those out.
Right, and also all the information that's in the packages are available online with the application.
The case planner isn't supposed to be corresponding with this. It has to go through either
Public
the general
records.
coordinator or
Okay.
Debbie Sascione, Public Records, not from the case planner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. So we'll go to the applicant, closing comments. You'll have, Quintana, how long?
I'm not going to take long.
Okay, thank you.
Some of your questions were things I was going to raise at closing comment anyway. Caleb Grimes, again, for the record. Just a few points on as to parcel 64. I want to make sure everyone understands very clearly that the entrance that comes in off of University is not being proposed to be changed. That is a beautiful entrance. And as you come in, there is a wetland area with buffers on the right. I don't know if we have something that can show it, but I would like to show it to you. That is owned by the district, to the best of my knowledge, and it is not something that will be touched or can be touched. We are not asking for any permission to impact the wetlands or the buffers. And so that whole area will continue to be preserved. Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Grimes here to show you the entrance coming in. Just want to make sure that is understood. And again, we will narrow the area of construction. This is the looking in, and understand you heard talks about their gate. Their gate is quite a bit in. It's past the golf course, past everything. Go ahead. This is working your way back, and none of that is changing. And I think you have one. You can see there's your wetland area on the right. So that entrance will still be what it is today, and there will be a relatively narrow place where the home sites will be built. And I appreciate what Ms. Shank said about valuation, but I do want to just say one thing about that, is that the reason Schrader Manatee is very supportive of this is that they believe the worst thing that could happen to this community, to the country club, and to values, and to their own reputation, is if this golf course fails. And it came close. And we want to do everything we can to assure that we have a good, functional course, and it's properly done. There's been too many courses around the country that have failed, and then I don't know what you'd be coming back for. And then finally, we are have set this up for 48 units, and we will make it doubly clear, and perhaps even bring a stipulation in that makes it clear that that's it. There is no request to do anything more than 48 units, and if way down in the future the course closed down and everything, I don't know what would happen, but for right now the stipulations and everything is that it is only 48 units. Then finally, we had the questions on masters. I think what you found is that most of them have nothing to do with the actual land use decision. It has to do with maintenance and enforcement and things like that. But to the extent it does, we believe very strongly that with our stipulation and with getting Bourneside open within a year, that we'll be able to properly direct construction traffic. And in the meantime, we are working with everyone on the maintenance issue of the berm. I think that's probably covers the things that were raised that we're concerned with. And again, we ask that you recommend approval. We think this is going to be very good for Lakewood Ranch. Schrader Manatee has done an incredible job. It's one of the top developers, in the country, and there's a reason, because it's a wonderful development. And that triggers one other thought, and I want to say something about traffic as a whole. Lakewood Ranch is one of the very few developments that really has gotten out in front of traffic over the years. They have built thoroughfare roads. We actually worked with the county to get the thoroughfare roads on the map so that we could build them, so that you could build in advance. I mean, just look up at the northeast quadrant where Bourneside and Rangeland and 44th and Eline Road all built way in advance of development. And so we've always tried to do that. SMR has done that. We have a situation right now where we got to get Bourneside to catch up. And that's about the only time I've ever seen that. And I just want to blow their horn on one other thing is, over the years, a lot of these roads on the thoroughfares are impact fee creditable, or at least a portion of them are impact fee creditable. And Schrader Manatee, over the years, have waived millions and millions and millions of dollars of impact fees to assure that roads in the county and in this impact fee district can be built, and not just the ones they're building. And so they're way ahead of transportation. That's why they've said that the traffic the capacity is available, because Schrader Manatee has gotten out in front of it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and again, the chair will entertain a motion, open it up for deliberation, discussion. Anyone? Thoughts?
Mr. Grimes gave us a stipulation. Where would that fall under?
While he's coming down, I believe that stipulation that was read by Mr. Grimes as P9 would be in the agenda item number 6, the zoning ordinance.
Yes, it's section 3 of the zoning ordinance, P9. And thank you for pointing that out. We would ask that the motion include that be included.
And also there was discussion about building being on parcel 64 being limited to 5 acres, give or take. And is that a GDP issue? A zoning thing?
I'm fine with having that we bring that be in the motion. I have no problem. We're going to do the drawing and limit it so that at the next hearing it is clearly shown.
Okay, it goes in GDP.
It'll go in the GDP.
Okay, I see it.
So do we?
All right,
does that need to be a condition, or can we just say?
We'll be at both conditions under 5. But first we vote on 4. The DRI ordinance is the general.
Okay.
Map H.
Okay. All right.
So it's fine.
All right. So again, we'll open it up for consideration on item number 4, the DRI.
Oh, sorry, 4.
Yep. Sorry, 4. You probably said that.
No, I said it wrong.
So, what's the pleasure of the board? Any discussion, deliberation, or again, the chair is going to entertain a motion, or we're going to be here a long time?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move to recommend adoption of ordinance number 2023 containing the proposed amendments to the DRI development order, as recommended by staff.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, who said that? Mr. Heap? Okay. Any discussion, deliberation? Okay, all right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. Mr. Delezine.
Aye.
Mr. Smock.
Aye.
Mr. Heap.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Yeah, aye.
Sorry, what was that?
Aye.
Think your mouth was full. All right, eating dinner already. Chair votes aye, motion passes 5-0 with Mr. Ron and Mr. Roth being absent. So, all right, item number 5, chair will entertain a motion.
So that's the University of Lakes zoning ordinance, general development plan. So it would be the recommended motion plus the stipulation P9 read to the record by Mr. Grimes, and the stipulation Mr. Grimes proffer concerning limiting the building area to plus or minus 5 acres to be further refined for the board for parcel 64.
Very good, thank you. So again, the chair will entertain a motion. Anyone?
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend adoption of Manatee zoning ordinance number PDMU 9201ZG R18 and approval of the revised general development plan with stipulations P9 and on the 5 acres of plus or minus as recommended by staff.
Very good. As proffered by Mr. Grimes?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that? Mr. Smock. It's hard. I can't tell who's talking. All right, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion or deliberation? Okay, hearing none, we're going to call the roll. Mr. DeLesline.
Aye.
Mr. Smock.
Aye.
Mr. Heap.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Chair votes aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and open up item number 6. Ms. Lidar, can you please read item number 6 into the record?
Item number 6, C2008, Entrust Group Rezone, PLN 2004-0039, is a rezone of more or less 5 acres located on the southeast corner of State Road 64 East and Rye Road, and commonly known as 1851 Rye Road, Bradenton, from PDO Plan Development Office to GC, General Commercial Zoning District. It's a quasi-judicial case. The case manager is Ms. Dorothy Rayner, and the applicant is Mr. Bob Smith.
Very good, thank you. And again, for the record, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this application?
No, sir.
No. No.
Okay, hearing none. Mr. Schmidt? What does it feel like we've been here all day?
Can I just make a recommendation?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had too many people talking to me. Caleb Grimes, I have been sworn. I am here representing the owner, Chad Durrance, who is here with us on this particular property, and you'll hear a minute from Mr. Bob Schmidt, the planner, who will go over it. But it is very straightforward and simple. This is a rezone of a 5.8 acre tract. It's at the northwest corner of State Road 64 and Rye Road. It has currently been identified as a node in the land use designated area. It has currently PDO, Plan Development Office, zoning on it. However, the plan development has expired. The site plan has expired, so it has the zoning, but with no plan that is currently existing. And due to changes in the market and due to changes in what's going on out there, including, we have a big roundabout there now. It's a very major intersection. We are asking to change it to a straight GC, which is the use that we think is appropriate. It has some residential that is around us that when you look at it, you see that residential, the developer of that, supplied buffers within their development to because it was recognized that this would be a commercial site in the future. So at this time, I'm going to ask Bob, if I didn't steal all his thunder, to go over it with you fairly quickly here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And for the record, my name is Bob Schmidt. I'm a certified planner, and I have been sworn. Caleb touched on quite a few things, and I'm just going to touch on a couple more. As Caleb mentioned, this was rezoned to PDO some time ago, actually in April of 2008. There was a site plan that was approved for a drive-through bank and a freestanding office building, which back in 2008 was probably a viable project. It no longer is, especially with COVID now and the changes in market conditions and so forth. Our client had a difficult time marketing this for what it was previously approved for, and as Caleb mentioned, the site plan's expired anyway. We don't really have an entitlement of anything right now. So the idea was to come back with some recent changes to the county's code and their staff support to allow standard zoning districts and have you comply with the development standards depending on the use. So Section 531 of the Land Development Code covers those potential incompatibilities. You've got a lighting section in the code. You've got buffering requirements. And so those issues have kind of gone away with those changes. I would like to show a couple things. I think everybody's very familiar. the subject parcel is outlined in yellow, and you can see that this is now in the heart of a lot of development. There have been a lot of recent rezones approved in the area, straight rezones. Even Cox Chevrolet, the parcel across the street. I represented Dan Kreinbrink in a rezone at Lorraine Road and State Road 64. It actually wasn't even on a thoroughfare on the north side of 64. But the point is that the code requirements provide a lot of the protection that used to be provided under plan development. This is just a short, or a close-up, rather, of the parcel, and you can see where that roundabout, I don't know if anybody's been out there lately, but it's completely functional now. And going south of 64 on White Eagle takes you all the way down to a signalization at State Road 70. The last two things I'll show you is, Caleb alluded to this. I think I'll just leave it at that. This is a copy of the Mill Creek Phase 7 plat, and on the south side of the lots, there are only actually 3 lots that sort of abut the subject parcel. The parcel that we represent is right there. And it was always contemplated with the plat, and I know Mr. Durrance has a lot of history with this parcel, in other words, how the transactions took place, but and who owned what and agreed to what back in the day. But you'll see on the south side of the lots that there is a minimum 25-foot area for the first 2.5 lots of a green belt buffer. And then it gets wider, panning all the way out to 200 feet as you get further to the east. When I was out there posting the signs a few weeks ago, you can't even see the houses. It's a little bit different than the Kreinbrink rezone that I represented at Lorraine, because here you don't even know those houses are back there. Now, I realize that there are still issues relative to development of this subject piece for commercial purposes, but they will be mitigated adequately, and I think that's identified in the staff report. So I'll just close by saying that I have reviewed the staff report, concur with its findings, and we find it compliant with the comp plan and the land development code, just like staff did. And so with that, I'll close and ask for your approval and answer. Mr. Durrance is here, but do you want to say anything? Mr. Durrance, just out of curiosity?
Has Mr. Durrance been sworn?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
At least I'll let him tell you that, but yes.
Yes, sir, I have. It was remotely across the hall over
fine.
here. So,
and for the record, just state your name and that you have been sworn.
yes, Chad Durrance, my wife Leslie Durrance, we own the property.
Okay.
And as far as speaking, I'm not sure that I have anything else to say other than what I've heard so far, but I'm here to answer questions. If anybody has any questions that you think are helpful, I'd be happy to answer them.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and go to staff presentation. Who do we have for staff? Oh, and while staff's coming up, I don't know that I asked if there are any ex parte communications on this application.
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Heap?
None.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn. I'll give my brief presentation, although it'll be repetitious, repetitive. The request before you is to rezone 5.8 acres from Plan Development Office to general commercial. The future land use category is UF3, as is most of the area, with the exception of the mixed-use node on the, I guess that's the northwest corner of the commercial node. The zoning is PDO, as was mentioned, and the aerials of the site, close up and zoomed out. The site information, it's one parcel, approximately 5.8 acres, zoned Plan Development Office, Urban Fringe 3, future land use category, and the access points are a State Road 64 historic driveway, which will be subject to approval by FDOT at the final site plan, and then Rye Road, which is subject to county approval as far as distance from intersection and the design. The surrounding uses is professional Medium zoned office uses, the Rye Road Medical Park across the street from Rye Road. To the south is PDR zone residential development, Mill Creek Phase 7, mostly the common area. To the east is a PDR zone residential development, Mill Creek Phase 6. And then to the west is A, or general agriculture zone, vacant land. General commercial uses. Uses allowed for consideration per Table 4-3, uses in non-residential districts includes commercial and retail uses and services, as well as residential uses. The intensity or floor area ratio allowable is 0.35 or 0.5 if it's an activity node. The density, if there's residential being proposed, is 3 gross dwelling units per acre or 9 dwelling units per acre in the activity node. The maximum project size would be a medium, 150,000 square feet, or whatever the floor area ratio limits the project to, the lesser of the two. Positive aspects, the subject site is located within a commercial node where uses allowed by general commercial zoning are appropriate. Negative is that the site is developed with commercial. If the site is developed with commercial or retail uses, there may be impacts from noise, lights, glare to the residential development to the east. The mitigating measures would be that the development with any use that will be subject to meeting requirements of the Land Development Code to address compatibility and to minimize impacts to the surrounding uses. Staff recommends approval of the request for the rezone from Plan Development Office to General Commercial. And I neglected to mention there is an item being entered into the record. It's a public comment email that we received late last night. I think that's been handed to you. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and make a statement regarding this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and open it up for questions, comments, anything? Okay, seeing none. Staff closing comments? All right, seeing nothing. Applicant closing comments? Nothing. All right. Applicants waiving the opportunity to provide a rebuttal to that heated discussion. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Chair will open it up to motion. So what's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. DeLesline.
I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Zoning Ordinance Z-2008 as recommended by staff.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Smock, second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, the chair's going to call the roll. Mr. DeLesline.
Aye.
Mr. Smock.
Aye.
Mr. Heap.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Just a reminder that there is a workshop next Planning Commission on the exciting topic of stormwater. So on the 17th. Sorry, the 17th. All right, very
Can we
good.
bring guests?
Say again?
Can we bring guests?
Oh, yeah, of course. Have a date. Very good. All right, we're going to go ahead and close the meeting. Thank you.
FEMA's nationwide effort to update flood maps means changes are on the horizon for property owners of Manatee County. Flood maps are designed to protect lives and properties by identifying flood hazards and assessing risks. With new flood maps, owners of thousands of properties in Manatee County will learn that their risk is higher or lower than before. And as the risk changes, so do the insurance rates.
A lot of people's insurance is going to be going up. The idea is to make everybody that has flood insurance pay true risk rate instead of having the federal government subsidize part of their insurance. This area here is Cascade.
Sandy Tudor is the floodplain investigator from Manatee County. She says even though FEMA's maps are more accurate than ever, they don't take into account where your home is on your property. If a floodplain is not affecting your home directly, you may have options to avoid paying higher premiums.
Well, if it's just across the back end of your lot and not impacting your structure, technically you don't need flood insurance. They do have an option of applying for what is known as a letter of map revision. They would have to provide data to FEMA to say, hey, my ground is actually